Добро пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28-29 июня, город Алматы. New Vision – это ваш новый масштаб развития. Время пришло. Присоединяйся к новой эпохе роста. Добро пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28-29 июня, город Алматы. New Vision – это ваш новый масштаб развития. Время пришло. Присоединяйся к новой эпохе роста.
Национальная премия «Учитель Казахстана» способствует повышению престижа и статуса педагогов в нашем обществе. Встречайте, учитель химии из города, преподаватель русского языка и литературы, педагог в 3-м поколении. Приглашается учитель физики из города, преподаватель математики в старших классах и среднем звене, учитель младших классов из Павлодара, учитель начальных классов, логопед, диетолог из Караганды.
The prestigious award is considered the Nobel Fest.
Вы открываете детям мир и миру их талант.
Today, clients can take care of their health by based on business process analytics, helps the chief medical officer manage the medical center transparently and efficiently, perform overall revenue, and track the dynamics of recovery. The system tracks your health status by itself, reminding you of treatments, doctor's visits, and additional checkups. It helps doctors respond to changes in a timely manner, change treatment schedules, and follow the progress of your recovery. This reality is of Data AI, a cutting-edge AI-powered system for transparent medical center management.
Лучшие учителя мира прилетели.
Communication has never been more critical. We must adopt, innovate, and inspire in equal measures.
I love that the Kazakh teachers are so flexible and that they're so receptive to new ideas.
Believe in your ability to change their lives, because teachers always matter.
Гимба, Нурлан Смагулов, Рот.
Национальная премия «Учитель Казахстана» способствует повышению престижа и статуса педагогов в нашем обществе. Встречайте, учитель химии из города, преподаватель русского языка и литературы, педагог в третьем поколении. Приглашается учитель физики из города, преподаватель математики в старших классах и среднем звене, учитель младших классов из Павлодара, учитель начальных классов, логопед, диетолог из Караганды.
The Global Teaching Prize.
Prestigious award is considered the Nobel for educators. This is the Nobel for teachers.
The prize for teaching excellence.
$1 million prize recognizing an outstanding contribution to the teaching
The most
profession.
coveted and high-profile teaching excellence awards.
Вы открываете детям мир и миру их талант. Вы помогаете обрести веру в себя и указываете верную дорогу. И даже когда вы преподаете алгебру или химию, на самом деле вы учите гораздо большему.
Today, clients can take care of their health by booking and paying for doctor's appointments using their smartphones. Doctors can monitor your recovery and follow the progress of your treatment even remotely. Artificial intelligence based on deep business process analytics helps the chief medical officer manage the medical center transparently and efficiently. Online management provides you with more data to make the right decisions that enhance employee efficiency, performance, and overall revenue, and track the dynamics of recovery. The system tracks your health status by itself, reminding you of treatments, doctor's visits, and additional checkups. It helps doctors respond to changes in a timely manner, change treatment schedules, and follow the progress of your recovery. This reality is available today through a web-based platform for doctors and hospitals, as well as through a mobile app for patients. MedData AI, a cutting-edge AI-powered system for transparent medical center management.
Лучшие учителя мира прилетели в Астану. В столице стартовал первый саммит.
It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science, innovation and education. Traditionally, the Iraq
Role of education has never been more critical. We must adopt, innovate, and inspire in equal measures.
And I love that the Kazakh teachers are so flexible and that they're so receptive to new ideas.
Believe in your ability to change their lives because teachers always matter.
Добро пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28-29 июня, город Алматы. New Vision – это ваш новый масштаб развития. Время пришло. Присоединяйся к новой эпохе роста.
Национальная премия «Учитель Казахстана» способствует повышению престижа и статуса педагогов в нашем обществе. Встречайте, учитель химии из города, преподаватель русского языка и литературы, педагог в третьем поколении. Приглашается учитель физики из города, преподаватель математики в старших классах и среднем звене, учитель младших классов из Павлодара. Их талант.
Today, clients can take care of their health by booking and paying for doctor's appointments using their smartphones. Doctors can monitor your recovery and follow the progress of your treatment even remotely. Artificial intelligence based on deep business process analytics helps the chief medical officer manage the medical center transparently as employees and overall revenue, and track the dynamics of recovery. The system tracks your health status by itself, reminding you of treatments, doctor's visits, and additional checkups. It helps doctors respond to changes in a timely manner, change treatment schedules, and follow the progress of your recovery. This reality is available in Data AI, a cutting-edge AI-powered system for transparent medical center management.
Лучшие учителя мира прилетели в Астану. В столице стартовал первый саммит.
It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science, innovation, and education. Traditionally, the Iraq
The role of education has never been more critical. We must adopt, innovate, and inspire in equal measures.
And I love that the Kazakh teachers are so flexible and that they're so receptive to new ideas.
Believe in your ability to change their lives because teachers always matter.
Добро пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28-29 июня, город Алматы. New Vision – это ваш новый масштаб развития. Время пришло. Присоединяйся к новой эпохе роста.
Қайырлы таң, құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар. Барлықтарыңызды өз орындарыңызға өтуіңізді өтінеміз. Әлден соң бүгінгі форумымыздың екінші күнін бастайтын боламыз. Доброе утро, уважаемые дамы и господа, уважаемые участники форума. Просим всех занять свои места. Буквально через несколько минут мы начнем второй день нашего форума. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask you, please, all of you, take your seats. After a while, we will start the second day of our forum, Nobel Fest. Welcome.
Национальная премия «Учитель Казахстана» способствует повышению престижа. Встречайте, учитель химии из города, преподаватель русского языка и литературы, педагог в третьем поколении. Приглашается учитель физики из города, преподаватель математики в старших классах и среднем звене, учитель младших классов из Павлодара, учитель начальных классов, логопед, дефектолог из Караганды.
The Global Teaching Prize.
Prestigious award is considered the Nobel for educators. This is the Nobel for teachers.
The prize for teaching excellence.
$1 million prize recognizing an outstanding contribution to the teaching of the
most coveted and high-profile teaching excellence awards.
Вы отдаете детям мир и миру их талант. Вы помогаете обрести веру в себя и указываете верную дорогу. И даже когда вы преподаете алгебру или химию, на самом деле вы учите гораздо большему.
Today, clients can take care of their health by booking and paying for doctor's appointments using their smartphones. Doctors can monitor your recovery and follow the progress of your treatment even remotely. Artificial intelligence based on deep business process analytics helps the chief medical officer manage the medical center transparently and efficiently. Online management provides you with more data to make the right decisions that enhance employee efficiency, performance, and overall revenue, and track the dynamics of recovery. The system tracks your health status by itself, reminding you of treatments, doctor's visits, and additional checkups. It helps doctors respond to changes in a timely manner, change treatment schedules, and follow the progress of your recovery. This reality is available today through a web-based form for doctors through an app for paying or some.
We must adopt, innovate, and inspire in equal measures.
And I love that the Kazakh teachers are so flexible and that they're so receptive to new ideas.
Believe in your ability to change their lives because teachers always matter.
пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28-29 июня, город Алматы. New Vision – это ваш новый масштаб развития. Время пришло. Присоединяйся к новой эпохе роста.
Лучшие учителя мира прилетели в Астану. В столице стартовал первый саммит.
It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science, innovation and education. Traditionally, the
role of education has never been more critical. We must adopt, innovate, and inspire in equal measures.
And I love that the Kazakh teachers are so flexible and that they're so receptive to new ideas.
Believe in your ability to change their lives because teachers always matter.
I believe that without a further ado, we will proceed with our work. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, would like to welcome our guests at Nobel Fest. We would like to say to our guests, welcome. Guests are running a bit late because they probably wanted to sleep for a little bit longer, and there is the city marathon. So probably we'll begin our event in 10 minutes or so. In general, just wanted to say a few words about yesterday. It was quite fruitful, and we really hope that we will have another about medicine. I personally am far from medicine, and I feel like, well, I go to railway stations and to the airports quite often, and I feel like a dispatcher in the train station usually makes pronunciation really clear. So I think that this is something that we need to go away from, because the handwriting of our medics is really bad, and I think that it's high time to start writing things correctly, because a doctor may prescribe you sport, whereas you can read it as spirit. So I think that this is something that we will gradually come to. Well, we'd like to wish everyone a very fruitful day. We will begin our day in 7 minutes. Let's just get charged with positive energy. Let's give ourselves the round of applause. We will start shortly.
Встречайте, учитель химии из города, преподаватель русского языка и литературы, педагог в третьем поколении. Приглашается учитель физики из города, преподаватель математики в старших классах и среднем звене, учитель младших классов из Павлодара, учитель начальных классов, логопед, дефектолог из Караганды.
The Global Teaching Prize.
The prestigious award is considered the Nobel for educators. This is the Nobel for teachers.
The prize for teaching excellence.
$1 million prize recognizing an outstanding contribution to the teaching
The most
profession.
coveted and high-profile teaching excellence awards.
Вы открываете детям мир и миру их талант. Вы помогаете обрести веру в себя и указываете верную дорогу. И даже когда вы преподаете алгебру или химию, на самом деле вы учите гораздо большему.
Добро пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28 ваш развитие. Время пришло. Соединяйся к новой эпохе роста.
Nobel Fest является грандиозным и очень значимым событием не только в жизни нашей страны, но и в целом всего мира. Потому что на этой площадке представлены самые животрепещущие вопросы развития человечества. И прежде всего это вопросы, связанные с выработкой подходов к активному, продуктивному долголетию.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen and forum participants. We would like to welcome all of you here on the second day of our Nobel Fest. guests. Second day of the Nobel Fest on distinctions. There is even a more interesting agenda waiting us today. We are looking forward to professional meetings and discoveries, which will create or open up new horizons for the of the opening forum. I'd like to invite here the director of the Institute of Innovative and Preventive Medicine, academician of the National Academy of Sciences of Kazakhstan, Professor Valery Vasilievich Benberin. Distinguished colleagues and guests, we are very glad to welcome our forum participants here today, and we'd like to wish very productive work. Yesterday was very interesting, and it was full of interesting reports. They were important in terms of emergence of different pathologies, molecular aspects of different pathologies. For example, Igor Moiseyevich Gribnoy provided a great lecture. This was the lecture. There was another lecture by the outstanding neurosurgeon Abdul Rauf, who committed a professional feat by using modern technologies and the unique surgical technique that allowed him to save the life of a girl who was just 15 months old. And he actually did the re-engineering of the vessels of the brain of a human being. I also want to mention Pascal Mayer, who develops new pharmaceuticals. I want to note the speech by Olga Nikolaevna Tkacheva, professor and gerontologist, who talked about the development of gerontology on a global scale and in Russia. We will have another interesting day today, and we will listen to many more interesting reports about the stem cells and neurosurgery, as well as other aspects of contemporary medicine. I wish everyone a very productive day. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Benberin. So we'd like to begin our journey to science and technology, and we will touch upon one of the most relevant topics of the contemporary period. Our first speaker doesn't need a lot of introduction. He made a huge contribution to science, recognized worldwide. So Pascal Mayer, the winner of World Breakthrough Prize and Gardner Prize in Life Sciences, will talk about how to provide medicines and antibiotics for every person on Earth. This session will be moderated by Botagoz Kaukenova, who made a huge contribution to popularization of medicine. So let's welcome Pascal Mayer here.
Thank you to the organizers, to the audience who is here, and to listen to my second presentation, which is about providing affordable drugs and antibiotics to humans all over the world. When I thought of a topic, I thought it would be a topic that would be very interesting to present in 15 minutes. And while I was making the presentation itself, I realized it's a big question. And so I will present a few aspects, only a few ideas about this. I mentioned here some that would take a 4-hour lecture, so I apologize in advance for this aspect. So let's start. So the WHO has issued some opinion. It's in 2019. It has not been updated since. It was before COVID, funnily, and to say, talk about the 10 global threats that the world is facing. And so, number one threat to global health, what do you think it is? Pandemics, resistance to antibiotics, In fact, what the WHO sees as a global number one global threat is air pollution and climate change. So it's a bit unexpected. And this will be also something to keep in mind in what I will be telling, and for all those who are working on novel therapeutics, to keep also this in mind. We need to live a planet in which we can live. So there are the other threats that were mentioned, which are pandemics. We experienced one some time after. High threat pathogens, vaccine hesitancy, antimicrobial resistance. And when you look into it, you see that this reveals a number of crises. The technology crisis, to which I try to answer, an economic crisis, to which in some sense I may answer with what I'm proposing, and an acceptance crisis, which can be seen that in some parts of the world, people may be reluctant to use certain types of medicines. We have seen it with vaccines, which is very discutable, of course, but there can be also some ethnic acceptance of using chemical drugs towards traditional medicine, which can have also very good efficacy. I wanted to add another one, which is, normally something changed in terms of so it's seen global threats and the sovereignty. Sorry, that was on the title. And this is something that started to be in the news really during the COVID pandemic, but is still of actuality. I take the example of France because I don't want to talk for any other country here. But of course, there should be the same thing happening everywhere in the world, I think. And basically, Le Monde is one of the reference journals in France. And what they report is that in 2023, nearly 5,000 drugs were reported to the health authorities as being of concern of availability to the population. So that's something that says that sovereignty, as we have seen also during the COVID crisis, is something of a big actuality and a big threat to health in each and different country. So the governments tend to react to this, and the first reaction that they seem to come up with is to say, I kept it in French, don't try to translate, is that they want to reindustrialize the country. This is in France, but I guess it's more or less the same in any other country. So we have been making drugs in such a way that made it difficult to do in developed countries. So most of the chemistry is done now in India, in China, I don't know where else. And for sovereignty, they say, okay, we will bring this problematic production factories back to our country. So they forget one thing. We are facing air pollution and climate change. So this will not be a very desirable solution. Remember, I showed this yesterday, when you're making drugs in the classical way, it's not the nicest ecological way of doing it. Also, the problem of having the medications that are present in the environment and have impact on the living, on the fauna and the other living organisms, like here for antibiotics, but there could be many other examples. It's a long time to find the right pictures, so I tend to reuse some of them. So the question is there a better way to reconcile sovereignty and to still make a better world for our children and our grandchildren, and even for us if we live up to 100 years, thanks of the recommendation of the experts in gerontology who talked yesterday, maybe also today. So here I'm representing what we are doing at Alphanosos. So it's the science and the technologies I'm developing now. And here it's the general principle. Yesterday I showed an example. So you may recognize that we start from mixes of non-pharmaceutical ingredients, in most often extracts of edible plants. We make experiments, put them in the artificial intelligence that proposes potentially improved mixes, and by an iterative fashion we end up with very active mixes. But when you think about this, you can have a mean to regain sovereignty on the drug development. If in that case you use botanicals, that I call them sovereign botanicals, of course it's strange meaning, but it's to say you can use botanicals that are local, that you can grow locally, and when you think of growing locally, it can be in the field, but it can also be in off-field, in vertical factories and so on. So it's possible to have full sovereignty on drug development if you are based on plants, whereas if you are based on chemicals, I know it's not a problem for Kazakhstan, but in France we have no oil, we need to import it, and so all the chemicals are a matter of sovereignty in France, and there are many other countries, of course, where it's like this. So I recall again the way we are doing the potential therapeutics can be applied to many different situations. So it could be a revolution, as I presented yesterday. I don't spend much more time on this to go to some examples, especially how you could make drugs for everybody. So that means also, the question can be, make drugs for all the people over the planet, but also in terms of geographic location and politics and etc., but also in terms of personalized medicine. We are all different because of our genome, and so we may respond differently to medication, and we may have the same symptoms could correspond to different diseases in reality. So one thing that I was mentioned is that there are more and more evidence that points towards the fact that many inflammatory diseases could be due to the presence in our body of persistent microorganisms that the immune system is unable to fight, and that the antibiotics, when they are bacteria, cannot fight either. And so this opens a first solution to do this by using these extracts of edible plants. They make a big difference compared to classical antibiotics, because with classical antibiotics, when you take them, you really destroy your intestinal flora also. Whereas with food, you don't do this. You may perturbate it, but it's much less impacting. And so these are antimicrobials you could take in prevention without any problem. And so you could have such treatments, preventive treatments against microorganisms, once you have identified inflammatory symptoms. It should be possible, in my opinion, and even though the technology is not yet here, but I personally may have some ideas about this. You may detect which microorganisms are hidden in your body based on antibody detection, on circulating antibody detection. So once you know this, you could prescribe as dietary or food supplements or simple OTC drugs to really fight in a preventive way these bacteria causing the inflammation. As we have heard yesterday, inflammation, chronic inflammation, is increasing over time, over age, and is a big source of aging. So exactly, that's what I just said. The other example I want to give is quickly in the framework of personalized medicine is how we applied our technology to in oncology. It's a very preliminary, but we did it with EPFL, which is a very famous research and teaching institution in Switzerland. And we applied our technology to develop web maps that are active specifically against cancer cell lines. And this is the result. Don't want to spend too much time on it. But here the cell lines have been treated for 3 days. And there are 3 types of cell lines here. Non-cancerous foreskin fibroblasts, colorectal carcinoma cell lines, and an epidermoid carcinoma cell line. So quite severe cancers. And in the control, so you see these pictures, they are a little bit blurry because I increased very much the contrast, and this is a special type of complex technology that is some digital technology that gives somehow noisy pictures when reconstructed. But with the work map that we were able to develop thanks to the AI, within only 7 to 8 iterations, so it was very quick, even though it took about 5 months in the end, but 5 months is not that long either. These work maps, they live and they have been developed for this, the fibroblasts untouched, while totally killing the epidermoid carcinoma cells and nearly all the colorectal carcinoma cells within 3 days after. And the treatment started on this culture after confluence. So it's not, they were not prevented to grow, they were really killed after they covered the whole test vessel. And even here, that it's not finished, this could mean for treatment that could be in the 4 to 20 gram range for humans. It's a little bit a lot, but it's not a totally optimized product. And but it would still be applicable. If I would take them, would I have cancer, for instance? I'm totally sure they are safe, and as we see also on foreskin fibroblasts, it's a good toxicity control, I guess. So going back to our subject, as you know, most of you, I think that all cancers are different. To USA. And that means that you would benefit of personalizing the treatments by following biomarkers that are here to orient the treatment of cancer that are at your disposal. So that would bring medicine where we have optimized to work on as many cancer cell lines as you can have at your disposition. And you can know the genomic profile of these cancer cell lines. And then when you have get the genomic profile of the patient, get the genomic profile of the tumor, and choose the best work map, but not out of 1, 2, 3 options, as it might be the case today with traditional anti-cancer treatments, but among tens to hundreds of different treatment options, each being very safe because it's made of safe ingredients that are edible, and by composition this and also you can look for even further where you could take, if this is not enough, a biopsy of the tumor of your patient, and within a few days, let's say 10 days eventually, 10, 20 days, still use the technology to improve the efficacy of the work maps and have something much more efficient. So I stop here. So I'm wrapping up a little bit. Basically, I want also to mention again, because for me it was really very impressive, that in terms of sovereignty in Kazakhstan, you did a great job by developing Kazakh. Whatever the whole story was in the end, you were able to do something. In some countries, I will not cite them, even one is very close to me, they did nothing. Or here he's now soft again. Is to have evidence-based medicine, but instead of using chemicals with all the problems that I have mentioned, you would use natural products that have nearly no problem at all. In terms of cost also, it would allow to reduce very much the cost. As you can imagine, only growing plants and making an extraction is not very complicated. It doesn't need to build a huge factory, a very dangerous Seveso class factory that might explode and or pollute a very large area. So in terms of cost, I'm careful, because for medication, between the company that makes the drug and the patient who gets the drug, there are many intermediates. And when you think about it, you realize that every one of these intermediates needs to make a living or wants to make a big living, a nice living. And so the cost issue is not totally linked to the cost of production. But that's one of the long stories that I cannot abort here. The environmental preservation, as you can imagine, I mentioned it a little bit. You can grow them off-field without using too much land, and especially growing plants that would not grow in the field in your country. So this is something that is done by some startups that can take one grain of a plant somewhere in a small island and cultivate it in France or in Belgium without destroying the original environment of that plant. So the acceptance for the people, which is also another question, as I mentioned, and that I cannot dig into further. And as I told you, this would allow also some innovative medicines. It's always funny when you review 10 times your slides and you still find some errors on them, which are presented before. And so I believe that what the approach we are proposing, that I'm proposing, is a candidate for making therapeutic innovation to come at reach to everyone all over the world, all over the country. Okay, I wanted to stop there and leave, I hope, enough time for questions that may go a little bit deeper in one of the other questions of interest to...
Дамы и господа, мы приглашаем на сцену модератора данной лекции Бутаугоус Каукенова. Поприветствуем.
Hello. Thank you for the wonderful lecture. Do you have a microphone also?
I think you have a microphone, sir. No,
I'm a doctor for this whole lecture, and for me, especially like as a doctor, to have an opportunity to look at this problem of curing our patients from a different angle. So I would like to ask a couple of questions. But first, can I address our dear audience? Можно, пожалуйста, свет включить? И уважаемые гости.
Dear guests, I would like to give as much time as possible for the questions from the audience. I know there are plenty of students. There are no silly questions, as I told you, because the silliest will be coming from me. So don't worry, prepare your questions, and we will get started in the meeting.
Because I'm really interested in surgical oncology. So my very stupid first question would be, so considering you can get a biopsy from any cancerous organ, any tumor, and develop an anti-cancer medication for that, can you possibly cure cancer in the future?
I hope so. As I think all the scientists here have seen that our oncology results are much more preliminary than the antimicrobial results that we have. The next step here is first to go in animal and see if, of course, it works in animal. We are totally conscious, I'm totally conscious of this, and of course this needs to be done. And then we will or not be in the right to be as optimistic as I'm still now. And I think, yeah, I would say we could have a possible cure to cancer. And there are other technical aspects on this. When you look how a very complex mix acts on the metabolism of a cell, on the system of a cell, you see that you have plenty of molecules that contribute. So one of the issues when you develop a single compound drug is, will it cross all the barriers? Will it be bioavailable in the tumor or in the tissue where the tumor is, etc.? And with mixes, you will have, like with single chemicals, some that will cross these barriers easily, some will cross them average, and some that will cross them badly under average. But that means that still on average you will have plenty of compounds that cross the barrier, and you would expect, or let's say expect is a little bit strong, but you are entitled to hope that you still have an efficacy whatever the location of the tissue or of your target tissue that you want to influence. And so I really believe that with this approach is a good candidate that may fail in the next step in animals, but at this stage I'm very optimistic.
There is so promising to hear. So as I'm understanding, there will be an options for some of the therapeuticals to cross the blood-brain barrier, and for example, and to cure, at least like to address neurological tumors, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that is very good to hear. So hopefully it will be one of the targets of research. So another one would be, you were talking about the antimicrobial effect, like antibacterial effect. What do you think about antivirals? Well, especially like with HIV, for example, or other viruses.
Yes, for this we had a very good surprise. I will show again in the masterclass how we did it for coronavirus. And despite, when you look at the theory of how these mixes are supposed to act, you see that it's a system perturbation, and that cells that are infected by a virus have a dysfunctioning biological system, and that the way the compounds have been developed, they would address those cells that have a dysfunctioning biological system. And so you would expect that whatever the virus, you may eventually have more or less an effect. So again, this is a possibility, but for the viruses, we have some hints that it could be true, as we took the product that we have against coronavirus infected cells that stops the multiplication of the virus, maybe just stopping the infected cells to function, but then they wouldn't multiply the virus and the virus would not propagate. We would want, of course, to dig into this mechanism, but once with this, when we tested on flu viruses, on rhinoviruses, and with a group in France, they tested it on HIV, and we had nearly the same efficacy than on the coronavirus. So it can be that because of that system biology mode of action targeting the robustness of the system, you may have somehow treatments that work on many different viruses, so not far from a universe, large spectrum antiviral.
So it's like, so it will also like very targeted for each specific virus, right? As I understand.
No, it's rather a broad spectrum of action.
So like mostly destroying the infected cells, not just getting into the viral replication cycle.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is interesting to hear. So when do you expect, I would guess, so you're starting with animals now, so when can we expect more like human applications, approximately, of course?
So for the human applications, for the antiviral, we would be ready to make a clinical trial. But because it was on a COVID patient, and I don't know here, but in France, it's a taboo subject.
Why?
Yeah, so you speak about testing a drug on a drug not made by the big pharmas to test them on COVID patients, so all the doors close and you're nearly catalogued as an anti-vaccine person, which I'm obviously not. I'm fully vaccinated, or even COVID vaccinated 3 times. And but it was not possible in France. So we still are looking for it, because we have the product that we developed is by composition a food supplement. So we registered it as a food supplement, and we could sell it for some time, but not claiming anti-coronavirus activity. Because then I would not be sitting here, I would be sitting in jail. No, it's not kidding. Unfortunately, I'm not kidding.
It's a very touchy subject. But
and so the applications in human are waiting. The volunteers that tested it were very satisfied, including myself and my family. It's not a clinical trial. It's better than the opposite, but it's, of course, not much that I can say more about it. And also we have people along with us to essentially have access to a product. So for this, there are already human applications. For the antimicrobials, we have the products for eczema, which are available. By composition, again, they can be registered as a cosmetic, which we did, in order to make formal clinical trials with that product. And also we have the product for the same for dogs who have some sort of eczema, which is called pyoderma, which is also available. And for the other applications, we need to find funding and clinical partners to make the trials.
So hopefully after this lecture, you will find maybe some partners in Kazakhstan, because now I would like to one for the...
So please raise your hands. Please introduce yourself. You're creating drugs that you'd be effective. Over to you.
Thank you for the question. Indeed, we tested it for the anti-coronavirus product against all the variants we could put a hand on. It was not easy. Usually, we were able to get access to a variant once a new variant was out. So it was never, for instance, you see the difficulty for small companies to develop something. We never had the latest version of a variant, but I show the results in the masterclass. We had efficacy against all the variants we could test, and we compared to a precision medicine drug. I will not tell which one, because if there's a representative of that company, I will be in trouble. But it was not chloroquine, so it was another one. That worked on some of the viruses, but on some variants had no effect in the hands of a laboratory who made the tests for us. So it's a third party who made the tests of our products. So it's not that we were cheating as a CRO who made them and independently. So yeah, we can take it into account also if we have. That's something we did with the bacteria, where we like to use several different strains with different resistance profiles in the case of bacteria, and for viruses, same. That would be the viruses of different origins, or etc. We could use several flu viruses and try, and of course it's still experimental science, so I cannot guarantee that we always come to the result. But we can try then to have something that is universal to all the strains that are in the process of AI-guided optimization. So it can be taken into account.
Thank you very much for your answer. Do we have any further questions? Please pass on the mic.
Hello, thank you very much for your lecture. It was very interesting. My name is Guldana and I'm an oncologist. Mr. Pascal, could you please tell us, when you did sampling of 3 types of cultures, the fibroblasts, colorectal tissue of tumor and the epidermis tumor. Why did you choose these 3 types of tissues? Because as an oncologist, I just wanted to say that mostly the female population dies of mammary gland cancers. So why didn't you focus on these kinds of tumors? And I have another question. All anti-tumor medications used in Kazakhstan are supposed to be bought. The production of anti-tumor medication in Kazakhstan is absent. So the majority of the medication with high efficacy is very expensive. Therefore, mostly it is unavailable to cancer patients in Kazakhstan. If there is the state tender, they usually sell cheaper generics. In your lecture, you said about phytomedication against tumors, which gives us some hope based on more or less famous phytomedication against tumors such as echinacea or the garlic, or how?
Thanks for the question. So the choice now check and trace on cell lines immediately, as I would want to have done, and they said, okay, let's choose these 2, they are good. So as I could not argue against this, we worked with these 2 cancer cell lines because based on the advice of the expert. Now the other question, which was about the availability. Initially, we make a hypothesis on when we carry some particularities which are of interest. So we start hypothesis 3 on the activity of the plants. We choose them only in terms of availability, of traceability. Of course, you don't want to you want to have a provider that gives you the botanical that it is supposed to give you, and based on costs also. So we don't use too expensive plants like saffron, for instance, which is very expensive. We don't use it. So we don't make that hypothesis. And then in order, it's, as I want to show, it's every world, and it's local or can be locally. And in terms of cost, then it depends. The production costs that we have are not very high compared to any drug, say, one of the drugs account. Then of the help for regulate how much they have to sell the drug. To buy it cheap and give it cheap, they not distribute a drug or treatment on which they don't earn much money, which I have seen and heard in certain occasions. So it would depend on the authorities of Kazakhstan if it can be produced here, can it be registered or as a potential treatment towards cancer, knowing that by composition it's a botanical drug. And in Europe, the EMI, sorry, French, you confuse the letters. For botanical extracts, that's something that is not known regulatory-wise, doesn't exist. They would say it's a mix of compounds, so you need to isolate each compound, make a phase 1 on each compound, and on each couple of compounds, on each triplet of compounds. So they made the legislation in such a way that you cannot develop as a drug a novel botanical extract, with the exceptions of 30 that are considered as traditional medication. So, but however, I want to stress that the USA and with the FDA is making this a possibility, because they edited guidelines for the industry for botanical drugs, as they call them, which allows you to where they give guidelines that state what you have to do to get a botanical extract registered as a drug, not as a food supplement, as a drug. In Europe, you can only register as a food supplement, and as you know, food cannot be good for your health, so you cannot claim anything saying it's good for your health. You can only say it contributes to, and it's difficult to get a strong claim saying it contributes to treat your cancer. I think it may not be that easy to get through. So it's a matter of health authorities' decision.
Yes, thank you for these wonderful answers, but I think we're out of, we have 1 extra minute. Уважаемая аудитория,
Dear audience, unfortunately, I see that there are a lot of other questions, but unfortunately our time is up because we are a bit behind our agenda, but I kindly ask you to approach our speakers during the breaks in order to pose your questions to them, because knowledge must be shared and discussed on a global level, let's say.
Close with. Based on your 2 days of your presentations, so what would be the thoughts that you would like our audience to leave with these 2 days? So like a 1-minute pitch for everyone to remember.
This would have better been prepared. I would say be open-minded about the possibilities of innovation. Don't be stuck into old ideas or old beliefs, basically, that things cannot be made because we never made them, or it has never been made that way, or it should not be made that way. In both what the research and technology that are made for the next generation sequencing, for which I got the Breakthrough and Gärtner Prize, and from what I'm doing here, I'm starting without any blocking hypothesis. I see what do I have at hand, what can I do, how can I use it to achieve what I need to achieve. That's how I function, and I encourage everybody to do the same for scientific work and scientific innovation. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Maya. Аплодисменты, пожалуйста. Okay.
Let's give them the round of applause.
Monsieur Mary, merci beaucoup. Батагос сізге алғыс білдіреміз.
Botagos, thank you. Dear friends, we are moving on with our program. We'll get down to the next part of our agenda. Not only we're approaching the topic of medicine, we're talking about the leadership lessons, how to deal with failure. So I'd like to give the floor to clinical professor of neurosurgery, George Washington University, chief neurosurgeon Abdul Rauf, Institute of Neurosurgery. Abdul Rauf is here to share his knowledge about...
Также модерирует эту сессию будет...
Neurocenter, founder and CEO of Trident Corp, Sheikh Islam Sahi.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and connect the slides here. Today we'll get back to a different topic. I want to share with you lessons in law beyond the field of surgery, and I want to discuss today is the aims of the brain. As you know, the brain receives more blood flow than any other organ in the body. It receives 20% of the blood flow of the body at any one time. Part of the answer to cure the patient. It's not like cancer. If you take care of the aneurysm, the patient is cured for life. So I want to start with you with an example of a patient that I had encountered. Sorry, 1 second. I gotta just get the annotation system here. Sorry about. My apologies. Okay. who came to a hospital in the United States because he had a very severe headache. The severe headache was due to aneurysm here. It ruptured. Luckily, this was what we call a good grade rupture. He went to the local hospital, major hospital, and they tried to do this treatment with the catheter and the vessel to put up aneurysm to start it from bleeding. However, because the neck of the aneurysm was quite wide, the coils not in the aneurysm, so they stopped trying to do that. Then they called the neurosurgeon, and neurosurgery and microsurgery, you do open surgery with a can. And he went to speak to the patient and the family. And in the discussion with the patient is a guitarist in a band. So he's speaking with the neurosurgeon, and he says to him, what are the chances if you do whatever treatment that I have a problem where I cannot practice my field? I cannot be a guitarist. I cannot, well, the neurosurgeon, I don't want to do anything because this is my life. This is how I live. I don't want, anybody doing it. So the neurosurgeon told him, listen, if we don't do anything, you could die from this aneurysm in the next 24 hours. The guy said, I don't want any treatment. I had done at a major conference where this neurosurgeon was in the audience, and I presented my data of operating on aneurysms with the patient awake so we could avoid and with these small vessels increase the risk of having a problem. So the neurosurgeon calls me up and says, I have this patient. I spoke to him. He's refusing to have treatment, but he says he's willing to come to you. I said, well, this is very far away. This is a flight. If he bleeds during this time, it'll be a problem. The neurosurgeon told me, what difference does it make? He's refusing to have treatment anyway. I said, okay. And the guy says to me, I know when you're putting a clip on the aneurysm to make sure that there is no normal vessel in the clip, you test their motor skill, you test everything. Because I'm a guitarist, can you allow me to test my guitar skills while you're putting the clip on the aneurysm? I said, I don't know. I mean, we'll see how this surgery goes, and we'll decide, but I cannot promise anything at this point. So we decide to go to surgery. So the way this surgery is done, essentially, we do what's called craniotomy, or we open the bone, and then, so we're coming from through what's called the sylvian fissure, and then enter. So everything is going fine. Okay, everything is planned, I discussed with the family. The minute we open the dura, suddenly a gush of arterial blood and very high pressure is coming at me. Which told me right away, one of the unfortunate situations, the patient ruptured from the aneurysm, his second rupture, while we're just opening. Arterial blood is coming at me. Okay, so this is a long story that I'm trying to tell you when things go wrong, how you act. This is I'm sharing lessons in life with you. So let me tell you what this situation is. So this is an aneurysm in 3D, three-dimensional, okay? So now, the minute I open, I suddenly go under the microscope and start seeing arterial blood coming down at the patient. There is risk to his life at this point because you cannot stop the bleeding. You can lose a lot of blood or you can have a stroke. So I never expected this to happen because usually straightforward situation. And here is who I am, how do I think, what made me be there that day. We're talking about a situation, it's a life and death situation now. He's bleeding tremendous amount of blood coming at me, filling up the whole field, okay? So I want to share with you my thought process, share with you how we think in these situations, and especially for the young people in the audience, how to handle certain situations when you face them. We're patting each other on the back and saying everything is great. To test people truly who they are is how they handle themselves in the most difficult situations. When things are going fine, everybody's nice and everything is okay. The only way I can live is truly of skills. So there is a team that's with me, I'm not alone, I have my resident, I have the anesthesiologist, the nurse. Either you have a team working together in sync, or you have a team that's not working in sync. And that applies to everything in science or in medicine or whatever. At this point in time, while this young man who just got married, I just met his parents outside, before I went to the nurse, and he's scared. He's nervous, is freaking out. Do surgery. They usually do gallbladder surgery, but today they gave me this nurse who is first time doing an aneurysm. Okay? Finally, my malpractice lawyer is looking at me, okay? He's having a big smile. You down and concerned. Your team is not the right team. What's scenario B? Scenario B, the aneurysm is scared of you. Why? Because you believe so. Your assistant is exceptional. You train them so well. They're calm, quiet. They're your right-hand person. The anesthesiologist is a neuroanesthesiologist. You and her have done hundreds of aneurysms together. You have been through wars together, okay? Your nurse is exceptional. She is a neuro nurse who does this with you day in, day out. And I'm part of a team that while it's a bad situation, I am confident that I will not fail today. I believe in my heart the life of this patient is the most important thing to me, and failure is not an option. I believe in my heart failure is not an option for me. There's no option thinking, well, today is a bad day, bad things are going to happen. Well, you cannot think that, okay? I'm not giving you that option that day, all right? What makes that happen? Now, you are that day, okay? What you display affects everybody in that room. Your behavior trickles down to everybody in that room, and how you acted. Saves life, I'm a problem. This is the reason that whatever you do, because if you are taking people's lives in your hands, you have no choice but to be a here. As we divert here a little bit, and Institute, the Hans Eisler Academy for violinists in Berlin, okay? Mark Andreas did a study looking at the top. They get the best of the best people from Germany and around Europe to come into this academy to become the best violinists. So they wanted to look at what made the best violinists. What was their background, their family, their country, whatever, looked at all the variables. So what do you think the factor among these young people who came in to become the best of the best, and they looked at all the parameters of these individuals, what do you think was the most important parameter? I'd be happy to hear. Can I have a microphone, please? I want to know what you guys think. What do you think that would be? Talent. Okay, talent is one. Please.
So it's the ability to continue playing the music, so when everything goes hard.
Okay, and ability to continue, great. But I need more finer, because if you're doing a scientific experiment to find out what is the variable about these people that makes them the best, tell me a very specific, I want some, the concept is correct, I agree, what she said, but I want you to distill it down more for me, so I can put it in an Excel sheet. I'm sorry? What did she say?
Ability to work under stress.
But how do you test that? I'm asking you to give me something I put in
How they would respond if the violin stops working?
I'm sorry?
How they would respond if the violin stops working?
Okay, so that would be something. If the violin starts working, how do you respond? But here we're just looking at them doing violin. We didn't test that if the violin starts working. So, Professor Mayer.
I would try to make a very good joke, but not a sound that people compress and can focus back again on the urgency of a situation. So to evacuate the stress by a joke, by an English type of
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a very, very good comment.
Control.
Ways we're looking at 100 violinists in the best institute in the world. How do I know what is the one factor? How do I
practice?
Great stuff. You guys are an amazing audience. You are really getting down to exactly what the issues are. Okay. So when Andreas looked at this, he wanted to look at the objective, where the top of that group among best of the best, they had done over 10,000 hours of practice by the age of 25. So if you looked at their background, what schools they came from, every different factor, the statistically significant factor that turned out who were the best, the people who had done over 10,000 hours of practice by the time they were age 25, okay? So all those things distilled down. So Malcolm Gladwell talked about 10,000 hours to perfection. Now, this is an interesting fact, and it probably applies to many things. And, you know, Bruce Lee once said something very interesting years before all of this. He said, I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times. What Bruce Lee was saying is that, you know, it's exactly what years later, what Malcolm Gladwell came up with, is it's not your innate ability because you are born great, it's your dedication of what you're willing to do and how hard you're willing to work. And that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. So in sports and in medicine, there's a lot of I come from a sports background, so Carlo Ancelotti and I have spoken to groups of CEOs and major conferences how the success in neurosurgery and sports is very similar. It is the same factors. If you look at the top players in football, okay. So going back to our patient on the table, really interesting conversation with you guys. I really appreciated it, okay? And you came up with great points. Let's go back to the operating room. How do we apply these principles, okay? So we go back to the meeting. I'm not yelling and screaming, okay? I'm not throwing things at the wall. I have a great team. I have a great assistant. The minute I'm seeing the bleeding aneurysm, my assistant is giving me suction. Everybody's calling the room, especially since the patient is awake, and we cannot create a big situation. Everybody is on the same wavelength. Nobody's freaking out, okay? Now, the aneurysm is bleeding. I come down and something called temporal eclipse. See, this is a blood coming out of the aneurysm. I'm coming down to find the whole aneurysm where it's going to be bleeding. I'll show you the whole aneurysm here. You see, that's where the aneurysm is bleeding. I see, you see a granite. And luckily, finally I was able to get to the whole of the aneurysm and it stopped it from bleeding right there, okay? This, now I'm very blessed. Suddenly I turned a bad situation and I was able to control because we stayed calm, controlled, confident, and we were, I'm testing these tiny vessels around me. If there is, I probably every tiny little vessel. I could not do this under general anesthesia, which is the standard how this surgery is done, okay? See, I'm assessing everything. I'm very happy, okay? So I think this was a nice experience for me to take you through something difficult through and how we managed it, okay? This is one way to my office.
Dr. A, I'm a better guitarist and singer since that surgery. Thank you.
And then I saw him, you know, he had just gotten married, and he lives in a very different part of the United States. He came back a year later with a very nice gift for me. So for the students in the room, all we do, what we do, it's not for all the awards, the accolades, the things on the wall. We do it for this reason. We dedicate ourselves to save lives and to take care of every human being. When I operate on somebody, the most important person on the planet that day is a patient on the table. Nothing else. None of all this stuff, the great grandeur, but it's the people we take care of, and it is a principle on which we work. And at the end of the day, all this is based on mentorship. These are my teams, me working with them for years, defines my mission. My mission is just not me and my patients, but my mission actually the patients that they will operate on someday. And what kind of human beings they will be. What dedication they have, what do they believe about themselves and the people around them. So I think I'm glad I got to speak with you about something that applies to all of us as to how we plan, what kind of people we plan to become, and how we are dedicated to our field. Thank you very much.
Дамы и господа, мы приглашаем модератора данной сессии Шахислам Сахи. Поприветствуем.
Currently inviting the moderator of this session.
Of the session, Shahislam Sahi. Please welcome.
So, hello and welcome everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abdurrauf. So nice presentation, nice story. Today we had a great opportunity to talk about the great leadership lessons and coping with the failures with Dr. Abdurrauf. So before we start, let's start with this. Please raise your hands if you have ever failed before, experienced a failure. Oh, nice. Yeah. I was afraid that I'm the only person that had failed before. So, presentation and leadership qualities that are most critical for you. And then we will finish with a list of the short questions. So, let's start. I think one of the the best quotes about the success and failure is sounds like I have failed in my life over and over and over and again. That's why I succeed.
Yes.
You remember that quote?
Yes.
Yeah. So do you think so, that the failure is an integral part of the success?
100%. If you have never failed, you really do not understand your what you learn from that failure. So there are people who fail and never repeat learning. You want to be the latter. You want to be the person who learns from the failure. So that lesson, and as the failures accumulate, you have accumulated more lessons, and you become better and better over time.
Thank you. Thank you for this insight. So the next question. Decision making is essential for a leader, right? Then it's very important for the leader to take decision to be assertive. But however, assertiveness can sometimes lead us in the wrong direction. So how would we determine if our assertiveness is leading us in the right way?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question. The system that you have to have as a leader around you has to be a system of meritocracy, not aristocracy. What I mean by that is that for the system where we're in, this airline accidents in South Korean Airlines, in very modern planes and everything else. So they looked at this, and the problem was, this is again similar system being in the operating room, is being in the cockpit of the plane with the pilot and the assistant pilots. What they found, a situation where the co-pilot knew there was something wrong, but would not say anything to the pilot, because they had a system of hierarchy where in certain cultures, I know is a lot of respect, so the co-pilot would not tell the pilot out of respect for the thinking of the pilot. So yet, while you need to be assertive, you need to allow the people around you to engage you in feedback. If this
always advise, be flexible. If you fail repeatedly, you have be flexible by either changing your plan or altering your goals. But someone would say, so you have to change your goal. But there is an opposite opinion. Stick with the goal, but change the plan. So what is your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, your goal has to be paramount, okay? You know, we say, then you're just doing the wrong thing. This is where mentorship matters. This is where discussing with your advisors and seniors become very important.
Yeah, nice insights. So, another question about the confidence. You already spoke about confidence in the leadership, and it's the strong part of the leadership. And the question is, how could you share with us how we can cultivate the confidence in our decisions? Do you believe in something that helps you to be confident always?
Yeah, I think the point I was trying to make in this lecture is total resilience. The resilience to see how you make the best version of yourself. What is the best version of yourself in that job you can become? That is the way, and if you're not there, then you're not doing enough. You're not doing the 10,000 hours, okay? Now, how to push yourself and think that's what's important.
Which leadership qualities were most critical for you in your own success story?
Yeah, I think I was very lucky. I had amazing mentors. The sentence said, talk, failure is not an option. Meaning, when you're playing a game, if you think you're going to fail that day, you're going to fail for sure. If you go into a game believing you have to win, you will win, but you lose some games if still you have the mentality you have to win, okay? That applies to what I showed you today. The minute you have in your heart believing you cannot control that situation and bad things are happening, most likely they will happen, okay? But if you are so resilient and tough, believing you can handle it, that is the level you have to get yourself on, that threshold level of believing, and don't give the impression of people around you that you are melting in this situation. That is just what you have to believe. I think that really decreases their level of contribution. So what I tell to people I train and I mentor, the better you become, the more humble you have to become. And it's not about you. The minute you believe this whole show is about you, the operating room is about you, you are not running the right show. The minute you believe you are there for that patient and you're just there as one of the players to do your role, that is what leads to success. So you have to remove yourself from the situation. You cannot be the most important room in every room you're in. I cannot believe sitting here today that I'm the most important person in this room. That is always the wrong way to look at it, and you never learn from others the minute you believe you're the most important person in a room. So I think those are the qualities of leaders I have met, whether they be in politics, medicine, sports, the people who can think at 60,000-foot view, not at 5,000-foot view, but 60,000-foot view, the big picture. And those are the leaders. The question that you're asking, there are times things are going to go wrong, okay? So let me give you an example. I'm doing surgery with a young surgeon that I'm training, and he or she does something wrong and something bad happens, okay? Now I have the ability to see how this person reacts to this, all right? If they're very down about it, I expect that. And they're down about it and they learn from it. 3 days later, we have surgery that morning, and that person comes into the operating room and their head is down and they're very depressed. And I say to that person, what is the fault of this patient today about what happened 3 days ago? So what I'm trying to say, you need to feel bad, you need to learn from it, but you have to move on. You cannot carry this. You have to be able to move on and learn the lesson. So those are the things how you mentor your team in doing that.
You're sharing your wisdom with your team members. What challenges do you face as a public figure? You're a public figure. And how do you overcome them?
Yeah, I think the main thing is it cannot be, I mean, you know, we in medicine sometimes can become public figures, but we have to be very different from other fields, from politicians. I think we have to show a level of meritocracy and level of what we are there for is to improve outcomes of patients. It's not about a certain system or a person, but it's about a larger goal. So I always try to divorce myself from that aspect of it.
And I liked your quote yesterday. You said that you choose to be virtuoso, and it's difficult decisions, right? And also your today's story you shared. It reminded me the story of the rope walker in USA. There was one of the famous rope walkers, tightrope walkers, and he passed across the Niagara Falls many times, and always remaining safe. And during his last performance, he asked the crowd, which is 25,000 people around, so, and then today I'm going to do even more crazier thing, that I'm going to carry someone with me through the Niagara Falls on the rope. So do you believe me? And everybody yelled, yeah, you believe, I believe, we believe you. Because they saw that he succeeded many times before, and they knew that he will succeed this time. But when he asked, could someone volunteer to be this person? No one stepped forward except his manager. But so why is that? Maybe some researchers of the leadership, that research leadership for decades, say that it's to reach the outstanding results, it's not enough to the leader alone to be the leader. Also, your team members have to have the leadership qualities. So what do you think about that?
I fully agree. If you are not training your people to also be exceptional, then you have failed your people. So that is the issue. It's not about one person, it's about the team. And I fully agree with that. I think that's, and when you ask a question why, it really has to do with something very personal. It's how do you go home and sleep that night? If you go, let's say you're doing a surgery and deep in your heart you believe you have not reached that level and you cannot do this kind of thing as well as somebody else possibly, and something goes wrong, you have a hard time when you go to bed that night. You know you could have done better. So your goal in life is to keep pushing yourself, like I showed about the violinist or about being a neurosurgeon. You push yourself to be the best version of yourself. That way, even when something goes wrong, you know you have done your best. So I think that's the best way I can put it.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I would just want to finish.
It's time, yes.
This was Mr. Dr. Abdul Rauf. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Unfortunately, we have the time limit. Дорогие друзья, давайте...
Dear friends, let's give a round of applause to Professor Salim Abdul Rauf and to Sheikh Islam Sahi. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we will give the floor to our next speaker, who will speak about inflammaging and cognitive abilities in terms of aging, and would like to give the floor to the outstanding expert, doctor of medical sciences, the specialist in general and molecular pathologies, Igor Kvitnoy. Would like to give the floor to you. I don't have a clicker. Good day. I will try to be very brief in order to share with you my thoughts and our latest research in the field of inflammation of brain with regards to the neurodegenerative diseases. We'll speak of cognitive molecules which are responsible for emotions. There are some molecules of happiness, endorphins, but there are also some molecules in hippocampus that define our cognitive functions, and we need to take this into account when we come up with the new treatment methods of the neurodegenerative diseases. There is a very interesting business ideologist who holds global workshops. This guy's name is Brian Tracy, and he wrote a book about how to become successful in business. And his book starts with the words, "Your excellent brain can get you out of poverty and help you reach wealth. It will turn you into a public favorite, and it will help you get out of depression, and you will be happy and joyous if you properly use your brain." The students of medical universities know very well, based on their normal anatomy course, that it is really difficult to take exams on brain. It took me 12 attempts to finally pass the exam. But at least it helps get valuable knowledge, and it helps understand that your brain is a universe, is an entire universe, and it is really difficult to understand how the brain functions. The cognitive functions are the superior brain functions that include memory, attention, psychomotor coordination, speech, praxis, gnosis, thinking, orientation, and aging leads to the involution of different areas of brain, which can be expressed in cognitive disorders. And the major structural functional element of the brain that is in charge of the cognitive functions is the hippocampus. The cartography of the cognitive functions in the central nervous system is quite diverse, and as you can see, it can be present in different parts of brain, and there is no single part of brain that wouldn't be engaged in the implementation of the cognitive functions. And even if the hippocampus is considered the most important in different neuroendocrine glands, we see different brain areas that generate the signal molecules that end up in state. If people mostly think with their left part of the brain or right part of the brain, their thinking may vary. For example, I do not really understand math. I managed to scrape through the math exams in high school, and the commission, the examination board was shocked when they saw how many mistakes I made, and I was supposed to fail that exam. But I'm really good at music, drawing, and history. So I believe that my right part of brain is more developed, even if most of the people have a left side of their brains better developed. So I already talked about the hippocampus and amygdala system, as well as the neocortex, and hippocampus is the major storage of the associative memory. This is the structural functional organization of the nervous tissue. It's quite complicated, and when we talk about the nervous tissue, people tend to think about neurons. Only neurons are nothing without neuroglia, because neurons can't develop or function without this microenvironment, just like with every tissue. And the micro tissue consists of neuroglia. There are more than tens of molecules which modulate the cognitive functions. They are called cognitive molecules. They are generated in neurons and neuroglia, and there are tens of molecules that begin with the histamine and amino gamma acid, as well as the glutamate and serotonin, and the system of endorphins, and this sort of starts a very complicated cascade of molecular interactions in the central nervous system, which objectively is expressed in some cognitive functions.
And what's interesting is that glia can be of different kinds. There's micro or astra, so cytokine and micro responsible for short-term memory, therefore cytokines of erythrocytes and astroglia are responsible for a long-term memory and for training. David Hubel in 1991, in 1981 received a Nobel Prize. There was no AI back then, however, he managed to verify and to count total number. It was approximate with some errors, number of cells in the brain and the number of molecules that they synthesize. And when he declared in his lecture that the brain has 100 billion neurons that generate thousands and billions of molecules, he pronounced the phrase that became holy, that the brain cannot be understood by brain. He said a lot, well, we know a lot about the central nervous system, and at the same time we understand we don't have an idea how the brain functions and how it can run all these actions that we perform. 90% of all physiological processes, as physiologists say, they function automatically. If at the end of the lecture I will start thinking how should I go down of these steps, I will fall down. There was an experience with a person who was walking steadily on the pavement a few centimeters from the road, and then it was 2 meters high and he started falling. Brain is growing old. There are 10 generally accepted principles of aging. Here they are shown as a pie diagram. I will not list them, not to waste our time. However, all these signs, they take place as a result of inflammation. I have shown already Claudia Francesca picture. I gave the definition of inflammation. Practice makes perfect. He gave an idea to inflammation using the theory of inflammation as the core. Here is a classical picture that illustrates 5 signs of inflammation. They know that it has 5 signs: fever, redness, swelling, pain, and dysfunction. But what's interesting is prior the famous pathophysiologist Chernik Alexei has published a monography called Inflammation that is still a bestseller, because in this monography he claimed that inflammation is not a pathological, it's a compensatory and coping reaction that arises as a result of evolution and is the response of the tissue to a local damage, and it consists of different complex gradual changes, and it's always aimed to elimination or isolation of the damaging agent and to repair or recover the damaged tissue. So ideally at the end of inflammation we should see repair, restoration. Here is a classic example of healing of a small myocardial infarction. It's a favorable process as we see it. So when the physiological mechanisms are not coping with it, then there are coping and compensatory that is evolving into pathological. And in the past, it was presented as part of the general physiology as pathological process, and only Chernych was insisting, and there were even changes made to the pathophysiology course. And now, inflammation, along with regeneration, is taught as part of compensatory process. And then it was established that all patho-inflammation depends on cytokines, because it's the release from leukocytes and macrophages, these active proteins, so-called cytokines. There are pro-inflammatory cytokines that facilitate inflammation, and anti-inflammatory. It's shown as a scale. There's a different interleukins that are developed by leukocytes and T helpers. Will tilt the balance, and then inflammation can move from compensatory and coping to pathological. And he would always, Francesca would always quote Chernych, seeing inflammation and inflammaging as compensatory coping process. Inflammaging is aimed to make aging slow, to make it chronical, multi-annual process that would not lead to invalidization of a person, while it lasts for so long that is determined by evolution to extend active longevity. Well, we mentioned phenotype. We discussed the reasons and the causes for inflammation. It depends on also on the age-associated diseases. I would like to talk to you about hippocampus inflammation, brain inflammation, how this compensatory and coping mechanism should be taken. Alzheimer's disease is a neurodegenerative, age-associated, non-curable pathology. It's the most widespread dementia way of disease seen in people above 60. That is called, in general public, as senile dementia. Nothing can save you from Alzheimer's disease. Yes, there could be some preventive actions if you train your brain, if you do, if you're busy in creative work. But a lot of famous people, they fell sick and died. This is Anna Girardot. She's a famous French actress, Annie Girardot. She passed away in Paris. She had a wonderful career. She's the main cinema actress that has collected all awards and accolades of cinema festivals, movie festivals, because the most prolific directors have invited her to their movies, and she won the Golden Lion in Cannes and the Bear in Berlin, and even an award in Moscow Festival where she played the key character. And in her office, in her room, she keeps all these medals. And what out of it? She died of Alzheimer. She couldn't recognize brow. This is his the grave of Alzheimer. He had no children. They dedicated his whole life to neuropathology, and he described this picture of the so-called second childhood. He wasn't called Alzheimer's disease, and only in 10th year, his student suggested to call this pathology after his teacher as Alzheimer. The main disorders, they affect different neural cells. The core for that is phosphorylation of two main T protein and beta amyloid cells. This is shown ironically, all these abnormal structures that you can observe in Alzheimer's disease. I don't like these funny pictures to accompany a serious report, but in this case, it's pretty obvious and clearly shown in a simple way. I would like to underscore that you cannot see this as in isolation as a disease of neurons. It's a nervous system disease. It's a disorder of integration of nervous and glial cells. If at early stage Alzheimer's disease could be also called mitochondrial disease, because disorder of transport of mitochondrial protein leads to oxidization process disorder, and you see how, compared to normal and young structure of neuron and neuro tissue, how many stimulate microglial cells and disorder of modulation function, secretion, and it results in a cascade of different disorders that includes area of signal cells that leads to mitophagia and apoptosis. And in the center, this arrow points to the square with the signal molecules that are associated with professor. We did a study, and we've shown that the cascade of cell and molecular violation in the brain tissue under age-associated pathologies, but they vary under Parkinson, Alzheimer, and ischemic dementia. And if these molecules that are shown here in sequence and lead to other physiological drugs, and here's an example of our culture that's been there for quite a while. It's a local insane. It's an artist that people love. That he had no home. He lived on this heated wells, and in the back you see that kind of a well. He would draw pictures. Was a very friendly person, but he was struggling with Alzheimer, and in its clinical symptoms, it can last for 10-15 years. And he was fed at this, and I could be an illustration for my presentation dedicated to development of new methods. So inflammation, like I told you, is an important represents an important link in the multifaceted mechanism of age-associated diseases, including Alzheimer's disease. Initially decided to compare with indeed in buccal epithelium and in blood lymphocytes. It's an interesting object for analysis, and whether the secretion of the same molecules that in hippocampus in patients that are suffering from Alzheimer's disease. And there was a comparative study in buccal epithelium and the samples of live patients, and in the archive of this part of the hippocampus, like I told you, this was done with in Amsterdam. Based on his initiative, he was director also of human brain. Genesis of age-associated diseases is tau protein and predecessors of beta-amyloid. And when comparing the control and Alzheimer, and indeed in hippocampus and the Alzheimer, the expression of these molecules is changing. I've shown this picture before. This is the expression of tau protein in lymphocytes of blood of patients with Alzheimer. This is a volunteer and trace reaction that's allowed to found to count this study as valid, and the blood lymphocytes is an informative object for lifetime diagnosis of Alzheimer's signal that could also be found in hippocampus. And it all resonates well with the hypothesis of Dr. Francesca about the leading role of inflammation in pathogenesis, including in neurodegenerative, since taking blood is invasive, while the desired goal of the study is to develop non-invasive method. They created this buccal epithelium. We consider it as the new object of non-invasive diagnostics, and the idea is that there is sufficient number of signal molecules that are expressed. The saliva apparatus works this way, so therefore the signal molecules from the saliva flow can be found really well. and the saliva is also present in cheeks, and the same molecules can perturbate these molecules, or this immunofluorescent scanning microscopy. It's a 1000 zoom. We show that under Alzheimer there is immunofluorescence of tau protein. This is green-yellow lighting, confocal microscopy, liquid cytology. On the right there is a control. It forces cytoplasm to flourish where there is no production of this protein. New comparison of protein, and with swabs it was shown that these were cloud mastocytes as part of buccal epithelium that are generating these proteins, because these cells they react with amylase and tryptase and histamine, and these three molecules, they are the molecules that are typical for blastocytes. So the conclusion was that the buccal epithelium is the most convenient compared to blood, because this is not invasive parameters. They show that the quantitative parameters of tau protein and beta amyloid expression in mast cells. Under Alzheimer's disease, tau protein is 7 times higher, and even more, 7 times higher for beta amyloid expression. So verification of extracerebral expression of two key peptides involved in the pathogenesis of peptide is beta amyloid and tau protein allows to consider buccal epithelial as an optional material for lifetime diagnostic of neurodegenerative diseases. Germans and Netherlands have joined as well. A lot of grants were allocated, and the performance period 48 hours, reproducibility of method 98%, and this was achievement of medicine in the past 15 years of the 21st century, mentioned in the report of scientific committee. So this is how we suggest to help patients with Alzheimer to mitigate some symptom of disease. This is called mirror is healing, mirror is remembering.
I seen this with my mom when she would sit in front of the mirror, and then at one point she would say, "Wow, I'm so young and beautiful," and she would recognize me. If prior to that she would think that I'm my father, she would call me by my father's name. But when sitting in front of the mirror, her blood pressure would get lower, and she would be able to count from 1 to 10. And this is how the neuropsychology, the National Bank of Human Brain. Why did I show him? Because he is the unique person. His book, We Are Our Brain, From Uterus Up to Alzheimer, is the bestseller, scientific bestseller. He came to St. Petersburg in 2014 and participated in the Congress related to the 100th anniversary of our pathology division. And this is his wife, Patricia, and this is my wife, Tatiana. We are on the boat after Facebook House in St. Petersburg that brought together about 200 readers, and the books were supplied from the publishing house. And in 1 month we sold 22 books by Professor Swab, but during this one lecture 150 books were sold. This is about the relevance of the proper marketing. This is the album of his friend who is also a renowned artist, William Watermelon. And when he was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease, he continued creating self-portraits for the next several years until he could no longer remember his own face. And this is how the person looks like during different stages of his disease. This is the album by Dick Swab about a girl who took care of his mother who suffered from Alzheimer's, and she created this album, and she called this album, The Alzheimer's Disease and Alice, because her mom's name was Alice. And Dick Swab helped this family. Dana, ever since was enrolled in the School of Psychology in the University of Amsterdam, and this is how two lives got intertwined. And the life of a renowned professor and a talented girl. And this is our merits to Professor Jose Hernandez Yago. Tatiana, by the way, got the grant from NATO and the Council of Europe, and we had the research in Valencia, and we visited that city ever since for several times. Unfortunately, the research got suspended. This is the hello from the rest of our team in St. Petersburg. We would like to thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you very much, Igor Moiseyevich. Let's give a round of applause, dear ladies and gentlemen. Our next session will open the door to the world of exciting technologies that revolutionize modern medicine. And we have the unique opportunity to listen to one of the lead specialists in the field. I would like to give the floor to Dmitry Semyonov, Professor, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Chief Scientist and Researcher of St. Petersburg Research Institute of Physiopulmonology of the Ministry of Health of Russia. Let's welcome him on stage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear forum organizers, I would like to thank you all once again for this opportunity to share our impressions, our thoughts, and our experience in the field of the most contemporary medical technologies. This is the robot-assisted interventions. I think I have the wrong presentation on the screen. I actually asked you to put the newest version of the presentation. I apologize. We've actually tried to make sure that everything goes smoothly today. Anyhow, our apologies. So we are going to talk about the most interesting technologies in surgery, and the most part of my life was dedicated to how to harness this technology. So in our profession, just like everywhere else, there are no actions without any prehistory, and it should be said here that the technology roots back to Avicenna, who described in his works the possibility of using the special tube to examine the intestines, and it helped understand what actually happens in the human body. It helps give the right diagnosis and visualize some processes. So this is Philippe Bassini, the Frenchman, who 100 years later demonstrated the device that allows to look at the bladder and intestine with the use of the special lighting device. And there was the message from Dmitry Ott, who is the Russian gynecologist and obstetrician. In 1901, he described the possibilities of the first ventroscopy that's allowed to make an examination of the internal organs, particularly the organs of the pelvis, lesser pelvis and uterus. After that period, this technology was of a diagnostic nature, mostly because we couldn't carry out any manipulations then, and the surgeons were quite limited in their capabilities. So for decades, these devices were used for diagnostic purposes, for examinations, for biopsy, and for just simple manipulations in surgery. So a breakthrough happened when we got video cameras, high-resolution video cameras, and we got the ability to put images on the screen, on the monitors. Surgeons could use special tools, special instruments, and that's when, within a very short period of time, we managed to see the term of classical surgery and endo-video surgery. That's when we get the laparoscopy, thoracoscopy, arthroscopy, retroperitoneoscopy, and we didn't have any anatomical zones where these technologies would not be used. And of course, this era is a completely different era of actions, because in our profession, in addition to the surgical techniques and methods of treatment, we always deal with problems of the surgical aggression and access, because while treating a number of diseases, there is the high level of injuries and post-surgery aggravations, and hernia, emergence of hernia, which would make our work more difficult. So endo-video surgery was a brand new stage, and I think that the emergence of the robot-assisted surgery has become a breakthrough. Here on the screen, you see the endo-video surgery means and laparoscopy. You can see the image with the certain precision and resolution. Surgery carried out remotely, but ensure that this is a high quality surgery. Therefore, together with the scientists from Strasbourg University, a special system was created. It consisted of 3 components. That's the surgeon's console, manipulators, and the video itself. This is the additional stand with the monitors, with the water supply and gas supply systems. It should be said that certain, for example, the visual abilities changed, and the stereoscopical view appeared of the stereoscopic view of the surgical field. It was possible to manipulate instruments in the real-time mode, but remote special life, because you can imagine that sometimes the aggressive surgical work can lead in very serious aggravations, and sometimes surgeons have to quit their jobs while they are in their prime. Therefore, such technologies made it possible for us to better treat our patients, and yet keeping our ability to work. Of course, the use of these instruments increased the freedom of movement of the working plant, and the instruments helped imitate the movements of surgeons' hands. And here we have some nuances in the endo-video surgery. I always say that this technology is one of the first medical technologies intended for surgeons, because surgeons work and are supposed to work in the ergonomic position. They are supposed to sit in a very convenient position, which significantly affects the quality and the performance of the surgeons during their operation. Of course, there were certain views in the surgical community, in the community of surgeons, who would say that it is impossible to quickly change the angle of the surgical table, especially when the incisions in the stomach shall be made due to anatomical differences. They talked about the lack of senses, feelings, and it led to the emergence of this common opinion that there are delays or lags in signal transmission, which does not allow to carry out an operation remotely when the distances are much greater. Usually, a surgeon is out. The image went, and the latest versions of the robots, including Da Vinci, which was one of the very first versions with their Chinese and Korean analogs, allowed a surgeon to properly manage the table, change the angles, work better with tools. Things got better. So we can say that the ideology itself hasn't really changed much. It should be noted here that ever since the robot-assisted technologies emerged on the market, a lot of time passed by. It was back in 1999, and more than 14 million operations were held ever since. For example, if globally 2 million operations were held in 2023, in Russia this number amounted to 32,000. I don't know about the statistics among Chinese or Korean robots, but we see clearly that the number of operations goes up. And if at the moment of integration of this technology, the prostatectomy used to be one of the role model surgeries where the anatomical differences or properties would be quite visible. Now the oncologists and others proceed with their work by using this technology, and in terms of the percentages, things got evened out during recent years. When I was preparing this lecture, I knew that I'm going to speak before a specific audience, therefore I had to show the benefits of this technology. So when I compare this to video surgery, it should be said here about the thyroid surgery. Emil Theodor Kocher worked on this in details. There is always an incision on the neck during such operation, and with Paolo Miccoli it was possible to have smaller incisions with the use of special tools, and it was possible to make the surgery less invasive. But it should be noted for your information that the classical surgery was not cancelled. No one canceled the classical surgery, and there are problems where the access of surgical access as well as the removal of big tumors can be possible with the help of the classical surgery as well as the plastic surgery. And sometimes it is more relevant to talk about the remote access during surgery. Here I want to show the possibilities of this technology when, based on the auxiliary access, it is possible to do the incision of 6 centimeters by using this retractor that lifts the skin up and allows us to first reach the muscles in the neck. Here on the screen you see the retractor, and you see the other muscle to call them the paws of a robot. The paws of the robot are placed in parallel, and thanks to the ring parts of this tool, it is possible to work to carry out the operation with high precision level. There are also technologies for neuromonitoring in this approach, and as a result of such work, we see the extirpation of the thyroid gland. We see the hemostatic substance here, after which the surgical interference is over. Right now, just look at how this technology works. This is the most complicated technology that takes a lot of skills to operate this technology, and the meta-analysis results show that such technologies help receive positive results, such as this very small cut on the skin. You can be any kind of a surgeon. You can reach great accomplishments by holding very complicated surgeries, but if eventually you have sutures that look horrible, this is how you will be judged by. So we have to be careful about the results of our surgeries as well. I just wanted to show a few videos to you, and of time at the tumor, and this is the delicate surgery. The whole point of this surgery is to reach the adrenal that is above kidneys, and usually this access can be quite traumatic because usually it happens through 3 ports, and the key to the surgery is to get the adrenal vein, because if you deal with such a tumor by touching upon this area, you can see the release of hormones. If you pay attention to what is being shown on the screen, this instrument with such a curve allows to get the adrenal vein. This is really important, especially if you are trying to deal with the tumor that is active, that has a high hormonal activity. One more thing. Again, for the robot-assisted surgery, look, this is how this removed tumor looks like. Like our colleagues mentioned earlier, our life consists of problems as well as successes and failures. This is the Congress of Surgeons in Rostov. This was a big adrenal tumor. We did everything well, and this is the arteria, and by using this clip, I see that something is wrong. There is some clot that we disturbed, which this is the clot which we couldn't diagnose at the pre-surgery stage. And after using the lower clip, it led to the burst of aorta, and it takes seconds to make quick decisions. And we need to realize what needs to be done next. We managed to press this area, and the robot, doesn't get tired, which means that you have some time to make a proper decision. You think of additional ports, you can think of sutures, you can think of what is needed for the open surgery, and you have time to think. This helps you think about what needs to be done in a very extreme, dangerous situation, and you use sutures. You prepare your team to act quickly, and this happened in the online mode because this operation was broadcast into the big room with the viewers, and this is the situation that we ended up with when we were watched by other people. So the use of robots gave you some benefit of time. We put sutures, and we realized whether or not we can continue and let's say, use several sutures to connect aorta. You see this rupture, and again, this helped us understand what needs to be done next.
Well, these are some moments of precision technique. There is insulinoma that normally at the end of the gland, pancreatic gland, and the robot allows it to remove this tumor without the vessels that are feeding the spleen. And you see the artery, the spleen artery pulsing, and we remove the end of it. The modern coagulation system, they can remove, and the small vessels, they coagulate very well. And as a result of this work, and ability to interact with the tissues, you can remove the part of pancreatic gland. It's like a cherry, and this small tumor can kill the person by hypoglycemic condition. They could be become invalids or just die during the night by losing consciousness. And a small example of visualization, we remove the pancreatic gland, and I was going to close it, put sutures. It's all 3D. This is pancreatic aorta, pancreatic duct, and if you close it, you're going to be in trouble. Bariatric surgery. And it's a huge problem out there in the world. A lot of complications for the patients. and one should talk not only about the abilities of robots, it's comfortable to work, but the console that I showed you, it also plays the role of lifting. So thanks to you can remove the abdominal and exclude carboxymy and systemic complications during the operation. You can lift up the abdominal wall. You do the abdominal resection of gastric abdominal operations. And now about the most important. Everything that I showed you has a little attitude to robot, but this small vacuum cleaner as a robot, it has it's a real robot rather than this complex system on the right hand side, because today's system is just a very complex scalpel or very difficult surgical instrument. So today we can talk about the future of this splendid technology. And Mitya Kaka, one of the physicians, who said that in the development of something there are a few categories. So when you can refine what you already have on the basis of the laws and abilities, and there is a second category that can appear not on the basis of our knowledge and laws today, something out of extraordinary and so like the remote work, today's version have resolved the issue of signal. It's 5G. I hope in the future you can operate at large distances and get a counsel on some difficult situations, even if thousands kilometers away. Well, as for the tactile sensitivity, the United States have declared that they're going to sort it out, because robots is when you work with the robot, you only can feel it with your eyes. It's like this huge crocodile that carries its kid without inflicting any damage upon it. And then we would say that we would also resolve this tactile sensitivity. I'm really serious about feedback, your ability to interact with the system, not only us teaching the system something, but the other way around as well. It should test us what is the status, because our fatigue and tiredness also influences potential mistakes, and it's a doable, it's a solvable problem, because thanks to training of the system in the shortest run, thanks to modern technologies and artificial AI, neural networks, artificial intelligence, this system will prompt us during the operation that there could be some complications. Maybe you're working in the wrong layer, and then the computer tomography tells you that there could be an additional vessel. I must tell you that the future, you see on this is a modern robot that can solve a hard task. And it also includes the most up-to-date mathematics, mechanics, state-of-the-art physics, changing environment, and the robot falls. You see, that's a problem of working in autonomous system, operation of autonomous systems under changing environment. Nothing more complicated is there than the human body with the pulsating vessels and different systems coming together. So it's hard to imagine something more difficult and complex. So development of an autonomous system that could work to the table is not in the nearest run, but we aspire to long for that. If the if at the beginning the idea doesn't seem to be absurd, it's hopeless. So we need to remind ourselves of that and set ambitious goals. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. A round of applause. Olympics future of the society will move on to an important issue that deserves particular attention not only in Kazakhstan but across the world. The next speaker will share its knowledge about aging of Kazakhstan, challenges and opportunities. Associate Professor of Asfendiyarov University and the Scientific Center of Gerontology, Aynur Yeshmanova. Let's give a warm welcome. Well, good morning, good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. So today I would like to draw your attention to the fact that the scientists in the globe feel that the global threat of population growth is gone, and now we are facing another issue of aging of population. Kazakhstan is among them, and we need to rethink and prepare ourselves for these problems. We see that the demographic load is rising, it's gaining, including in Kazakhstan. So therefore, we look at those countries that have already been through this threat. According to WHO, the share of population over 65 starting from 2024 is growing. It exceeds, and the population under 50. 2024 in Europe. It's not moving for some reason. UN General Assembly has announced a decade of healthy aging. What does this mean, and what does it include? Physical health, social, spiritual, and mental. Naturally, you need to have you need to work on social factors and create favorable conditions, as well as personal contribution of each person into it. I'm sorry, I'm struggling to change the slides. The pointer is letting me down. It's not moving forward. Could you please turn the next slide up? I've already covered this part. Try this one. Looking for the right remote control. Yeah, there you go. So each country at macro, meso, and micro, from the national to individual person are developing their own programs. In Kazakhstan, you have the national plan, active longevity until 2025, that incorporates all the aspects, including what I would like to draw your attention to is the priority in gerontology, so that they should all be part of strategic documents, and international cooperation should be actuated, because different countries have gained different experience in this domain. So here's three scientific challenges. The first, political studies. So different countries should adapt their policy and their population to aging. Second scientific challenge is biomedical studies. And third scientific challenges is innovations, including medtech and artificial intelligence. I would like to mention that age-tech technology that is present and is becoming ubiquitous in all domains, and naturally neuroscience and remote medicine is vital, because there is a specialty of geriatrician, and when we meet together, we often asked, what does a geriatrician do? And he's a subject matter specialist, and when referred by a general practitioner, he's trying to diagnose geriatric syndromes, and the most important is frailty. So frailty is the condition, then you can reverse back. And there is a concept of modern geriatric age, given that the needs of an elderly person are multifaceted. There are medical, psychological, and social factors. Naturally, we use in our work different scales, different norms recommended by WHO, including different country documents. And as a matter of response, in Kazakhstan we have three needs. When retiring, an elderly person needs more resocialization. And for that challenge, we have active longevity centers that cover all areas. As the age grows, due to polymorbidity, a person of senior age needs more rehabilitation. We've gained some experience. It's a day presence center. It's in Almaty. It's the only one in Kazakhstan, and they offer gerontological rehabilitation that is different from other kinds of medical rehabilitation. And as time and age progresses, with 85 years and above, a person needs a long-time aid, including care. When the person comes to these rehabilitation centers, we see its problems. It's cognitive, arterial hypertension. Among hypertension, there are age-associated. And in our work, we use FRAX. It's an assessment fracture instrument, and the norms of Kazakhstan in compliance with this system, and we recommend to use this calculator with the necessary norms for Kazakhstan. And we at primary healthcare level, we assessed it, and we see this FRAX calculator shows that the fracture risk is growing among elderly people. The higher the age, the higher the risk, obviously. And I would like to show you on this slide an experience in gerontological rehabilitation, how we assess effectiveness of gerontological rehabilitation. Here is the passport age and the biological age, before rehabilitation and after rehabilitation. And we see in yellow, these are patients with sugar diabetes. It's a clear recipe for premature aging, and it shows that in yellow you see that biological age is higher than the passport age in people with sugar diabetes. Before gerontological rehabilitation, we see that the biological age is going down by far, and the aging pace slows down. And those who came to rehabilitation without accelerated aging pace, they also pose some positive trends in improving their health. In this work, we proved that the social and medical services can effectively interact. The thing is that when you accompany a patient before rehabilitation and up to its exit, there is two services, but they operate in one-stop shop principle. NGOs are appearing to be effective, and there are rehabilitation programs run by an NGO. There is a municipality tender allocated for that, and in the daycare center for the pensioners, there is a gerontological rehabilitation program made available, and NGOs instrumental in this. As for long-term aid, in Almaty, we've done a study. There is a multi-apartment building blocks and detached houses. Where do we see the difference? We see that the high-rise building dwellers need more of that. So there are multiple generations living in apartments, so they show lower needs. And what was the need about? It was people with terminal stage of a disease like oncopathology. They account for the lowest share. It's 8%. While for others, they need medical and social aid. They prefer to take it rather at home than in hospice or inpatient clinic. According to Almaty Akimat, there are 225,000, which accounts for 25%. There's people over 75, which actually are in need of a long-term rehabilitation aid. Who is rendering this aid? These are often relatives, while medical services account only for 1%.
It is unavailable. The long-term aid is unavailable in Kazakhstan. We see that an elderly person is at the center with medical, social, psychological, and economic factors. These problems must be resolved both by the government, society, scientific circles, and non-governmental organizations. At the same time, there are still a lot of problems. We have weaknesses and strengths, yet we have good opportunities to learn more from the experience of other countries which already faced with this problem and have extensive experience. And of course, we need to unite our efforts together with the institute, then we will reach the results. So, the first step is to use the document or the resolution of the countries of the Commonwealth of Independent States that encourages to share experience. As for the societal issues, I already mentioned them. Now let's think of the personal issues that affect healthy aging. This is the physical health, cognitive health, financial opportunities, and social, as well as the spiritual activity. This is important. And refer to this literature. There are key factors: the dietary disorder, disruptions, inflammation, hormonal dysfunction, insulin resistance, and disruptions of microbiome. And these are the major 5 factors of the modern gerontology which must be accounted for. As regards the microbiome, there is the conditionally pathogenic flora, and there are also useful bacteria. In Almaty, in the House of Veterans, where there is the centralized diet, we applied saumal. This is the national beverage. This is the mare's milk, and this is there is the sublime saumal product. And prior to consumption of saumal and after consumption, we looked at how the flora changes. We received interesting information as a result of the 2-week consumption of mare's milk, and according to the results, we saw the change in the structure of bacteria. 39% of conditional pathogenic flora compared to 50%. Went down, and the share of useful bacteria went up to 31%, whereas initially there were only 24%. These results are very good in the sense that for the prevention of, we can use this national beverage of mare's milk for preventive purposes. In conclusion, I would like to say that Dr. Atia recommends for healthy aging to pay more attention to these 5 factors: biochemistry of diet, that's everything we eat; physiology of exercises, we need more physical activities. Moreover, people of age of retirement need to walk a lot, but they also need to do lots of exercises. And yesterday's speaker said that we need to have not only many hours of sleep, but quality hours of sleep. It is also important to pay attention to vitamins, hormones, in order to be more tolerant to stress and exogenic substances. Well, if we control these 5 aspects of our health, then we can hope for a healthy longevity. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for very exciting presentation. We are moving on with the prevention of emotional burnout to reduce early aging. This report raises the issues of mind and body health. So we would like to give the floor to Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor, Occupational Pathologist of the highest category, Dana Abzalieva. Good day, distinguished colleagues and guests, dear participants of this important forum, Nobel Fest. As the occupational pathologist, I would like to touch upon the aspects of aging and longevity from the standpoint of the longevity of profession and its impact on the quality of life, the impact of harmful occupational factors on life. According to the statistics, we see that the global level of stress goes up from year to year, and by 2022 it reached 44%, which means that 44% of the population is exposed to stress and burnout, according to the American Stress Institute. And starting from 2019, we observe the rise in stress, and one of the hypotheses is about the remote mode of work that a lot of people switched to, as well as the influence of the post-COVID syndrome on the central nervous system. The International Labour Organization thinks that the professional stress is the biggest threat to health of workers, because 84% well, the risk of the development of type 2 diabetes goes up to 84%. The risk of hypertension goes up to 40%. The immunity goes down, and the risk of oncological diseases goes up. Moreover, we, in addition to health issues, we see lots of economic problems. For example, low level of engagement in work inflicts economic damage of 8.8 trillion US dollars, which is the 9% of the global GDP. And according to the information from 2022, yearly we lose 17 million working days due to a bad condition caused by stress, anxiety, and 40% of personnel turnover is related to a high level of stress at work. What is the emotional burnout? This is when your body gets exhausted on the physical, psychological, and emotional levels because of the professional negative impacts. The life of a human being is linked closely to different kinds of exposures, such as social, psychological, occupational, environmental, and other negative factors that can lead to occupational diseases, professional diseases, and ecological diseases. And our specialty, the occupational pathologist, just like gerontology, is quite specific. And I was surprised positively when yesterday I saw our colleagues from Shymkent who proved the influence of lead and intoxication with phosphorus that can have a negative impact on humans' brain and the central nervous system. And these negative effects influence early aging. Today in this room we have the founder, Professor Zulfiya Namazbayevna, who invented the concept of the environmentally stipulated diseases, and she proved that the development as well as the prevention of early aging shall start on the level of the development of fetus, especially because fetus can be affected by negative occupational factors. And as for the psycho-emotional tension, such physical factors as noises, vibrations, electromagnetic fields may affect on the central nervous system. The chemical factors are multiple in number, and since the extracting industry is very well developed in Kazakhstan, these chemical factors can have the cancerogenic effect or fibrogenic effect, and they affect the life expectancy. But the leaders in occupational tension that cause overtension of the system of our organs include the psycho-emotional tension. And I tried to show schematically that with the psycho-emotional tension, we see lots of dysfunctions, the imbalance of the vegetation system, diseases. As for Kazakhstan, the research from 2022 showed that the 35.4% of Kazakhstani people feel stress at work due to the problems at work. With the Institute of Integrative Medicine and with the office workers, we found out that the stress level was on the level of 35.2% and 38.6% in different companies, depending on different working conditions. But we were mostly interested in those categories of people who work with these psycho-emotional tensions mostly. These are the people who work in human-to-human systems. And thanks to the reports of our brilliant surgeons, we come to understanding that such a responsible profession as surgery requires emotional, physical contributions. And as a result of our research in 2018 among medical personnel, we studied the emotional burnout among doctors and nurses. And we found out that the degree of expression of emotional burnout, as well as the development of emotional burnout, depend on many factors, depend on the profession, on work experience, and division, area of work, even your leadership, because when we studied the emotional burnout among leaders, we understood that the leaders are more exposed to this illness, and if there is lack of balance among in the life of leaders, this affects subordinates of those leaders. So we need to take preventive measures at work, especially if there are some negative psycho-emotional factors. We suggested holding different activities. For example, in that medical institution that I worked for, we suggested taking preventive measures for emotional burnout, saying that we need to spend 30 minutes by fulfilling some relaxing practices, and we got a chance to prevent our psycho-emotional tension, and eventually we received positive results. Also, what is stress? Stress is considered the physiological point of view. This is the reaction of the body to mobilization. Resources aimed at preventing stress. There is the hypothalamus and adrenal and sympathetic nervous system, cardiovascular system gets affected. Adrenaline levels go up, and it leads to the higher heartbeat. Cortisol makes sure that the glucose is better processed by brain, and the body does its best in order to mobilize its resources and overcome stress. If this stress is acute stress and it takes place once in a while, then this is just the physiology. But if we are exposed to regular stress at work and deal with psycho-emotional tensions, then this reaction transforms into the pathology. This is a really good piece of work that shows that stress affects these reactions. Moreover, stress affects the activity of the the stress significantly influences the speed of aging of a body. Moreover, not only stress affects our health, it also affects such things as the social interactions with the teammates. If someone from your team is on the stage of the emotional burnout, then he probably disrupts the proper communications, the cognitive systems go down, their biorhythms go down, and altogether this has a significant influence on the development of such chronic diseases as the cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and oncological diseases, and this affects the sizes of the telomere. When the cascade of such reactions connected to the activation of the stress mediators such as cortisol and decolamine, once all of these things cause certain effects, we observe the following things in the body. There are some intracellular disruptions, the mitochondrial exchange goes down, and the insulin resistance changes. There is the dysregulation of the nervous system, which means that there is the high burden on the body when the system of dysregulation affects all organs. And here it is really important to mention that this reaction to a greater extent depends on the human genotype. We will talk about it a little bit later. On picture number 2, we see the results of modeling of stress, chronic stress. We used this modeling in order to get the following results. Chronic stress causes the following changes, such as the atrophy of the prefrontal cortex neurons, hippocampus. These are the areas that are responsible for attention, training abilities, and learning abilities, and they will suffer a lot. At the same time, we see the hypertrophy of that area of brain that is in charge of anxiety, fears, and aggression. So, based on the studies held with people, the positron emission tomography was used for studies, as well as the functional magnetic resonance. It was proven that stress, as well as the depression, in our work, we held the assessment of the Well, let's move on. When we work on different activities related to the psycho-emotional factors improvement, we need to take a comprehensive approach. You know this table very well. I just added a few things to this table, saying that there are modified and non-modified factors. 50% is lifestyle, 20% is environment, and this is related to occupations and to the environment that we live in, and we can affect them somehow. So we will have to analyze under which conditions a person is working. Does he live in the clean environment or polluted environment? Does he do sports? And depending on these things, based on these things, we develop recommendations to people. Another important thing here, as I said earlier, is the genetic background. This will determine how a person responds to stress. So the genetic studies show that it is possible to hold the prevention of emotional burnout in a personalized and preventive manner. So what does it mean? It means that if we do the neurogenetic test by looking at the polymorphisms related to the development of the neurohormones such as serotonin, noradrenaline, and dopamine, as well as other things, APOE, for example, on the basis of this analysis, not only we get certain psychotype of a person, we also receive information about the risk of emotions, emotional instabilities, depression, anxiety, and depending on the genotype, respective recommendations will be given. Here I show the genealogical tree. I just wanted our guests to look at it. In principle, Kazakhs from ancient times, for many centuries, have known about their generation, their ancestors. Every young man needs to know about his ancestors. I remember my grandmother would teach these things to my child, and I would be a bit worried.
And now, thanks to this tradition, I know that we prevent a mixture of blood and genetic disease. Because if the genetics specialists know if there are recessive signs that we have, then the risk of genetic diseases is mitigated. Well, here is the genetic tree of my children, not 7 but 11 generations back. It helps us avoid incest. Unfortunately, in Soviet times, this was all lost, but some traditions still remain, and I think it lays a good foundation for further prevention. That is an example for others as well. So when we analyze variability of heart rate, heart rhythm for those that have been going through our course, it turned out that the stress level would vary, but however, there were others whose indicators were standing out up to 100%, and we started to analyze, to collect the medical record, the medical history, to see what is it related to, and I asked them what is their secret, that's what makes them look so well. It turned out that they do some meditation. One of them started in China, and there was a whole semester when they were taught some meditation practice so that they could bring themselves back into the right balance. And 6 weeks of regular practice of shamatha, and homeostasis, very important expression of genes that are related to stress. So virtually today and yesterday we've been hearing a lot from our speakers, though it's not about aging, but it said that meditation allows us to lower all these indicators, things that it doesn't have to be done regularly, just one meditation that would help. It helps to lower them telomerase, shorten telomere, and reduced aging of cells. A study conducted in 2020 in an Italian company showed that employees who are engaged in meditation improved indicators such as owner quality of production, errors due to human factors by 42%, and labor productivity by 10.5%. So these are indicators that show and tell not only about health conditions but also productivity. And now a little bit about prevention. We see that tertiary and secondary prevention address only the consequences, while we need to step up our primary prevention, and we offer to go for integrated prevention of emotional burnout, that is being a new approach to ensuring health conditions of our employees. So it has to be comprehensive. In absence of comprehensive, it's not possible. Well, that would involve NGOs, employers, trade unions, safety officers, HR managers whom we often meet these days. Only then we as medical workers, health workers, can influence the health of our workers. Well, then primary prevention is when we eliminate or we reduce this risk factor or stress factor. Naturally, we cannot really remove all factors, at least psycho-emotional. What is it related to? Is it erroneous management, conferences, meetings? Can you please raise your hands? Yes, I'm doing the same, though I know it's not right. Now the second point, how many of you like to work at night? Working at night when nobody interferes. Yeah, I see many hands. Well, on top of that, this has a negative effect on psycho-emotional tension that we gain at work. You need to keep them separate, leisure and work. We shouldn't be available 24/7. Though the technologies allow for that, this certainly undermines our health and aggravates the psycho-emotional tension that we gain at work. And on top of that, you damage your circadian rhythms. So you need to make sure that you take rest on Saturday, Sunday, and yet again, we've been working with you all weekend. One deserves some time to take rest. However, we keep on going. So our health improving programs, they build around comprehensive approach, necessary diagnostics, genetic testing, identify such indicators as heart rate variability, a balance of nervous system, determining total mass, heart rotation, to make sure that it works on physical and other levels. And the programs are aimed to make sure that there were some light strips. So on Saturday, Sunday, he can go for out there in the forest, therapy, working in the forest, as a Japanese scientist says. And he proves that one can boost your immune system, lowers your stress level, and this is what we tend to practice. And people who come to improve their health, they go with the instructor in the forest. This is where they also do meditation, some breathing exercises as well. So this approximation with the nature, in absence of adverse pollution, noise, city congestion. This is the main effective measure. So it's detox therapy. What is detox therapy about? We're conducting not only it at any level. So we're trying to switch off Wi-Fi after 9 p.m. There are no TVs. People tend to read books more. At physical level, we have bathing procedures with some medicinal herbs and botanical herbs, and we apply aromatherapy. Aromatherapy, it's a vibroacoustic therapy with Tibetan cups. And our scientists, when we're testing these methods, they prove it on a at a scientific level. And when we receive the findings, vibroacoustic therapy alongside aromatherapy, this makes the results even better. So during this vibroacoustic therapy, we turn on lavender diffuser, and the positive effect is aromatouch massage with this healing points. Bioenergy massage also helps you relax. At the same time, we need to trigger our protective functions and adaptive capacity of our organism. So we offer our nature capabilities, sea salt with magnesium, and like we used to treat in the past, there is a certain diet, number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and there is a great deal of importance that we attach to well-balanced nutrition and diet. This diet has to look healthy from a aesthetic point of view. We invite chefs, and we have nutrition specialists who helps us adjust it from a scientific and practical point of view. So we tend to study the dynamics before and after, and just with one day in going through a mental retreat that is significantly grounded. 85% of people have shown improved adaptive capabilities, stress resistance. They managed to reduce their stress level and lower their biological age. And as you know, I'm a occupational specialist. I study different occupations. I heard that people who have far-reaching goals live the longest. These are scientists, selection specialists, and collection specialists. So the scientists, in order to get the result, they are working for decades. Selectioner, by breeding and crossing, they're waiting a few generations, while the collector, he wants to always replenish his collection. And I found an interesting work of Russian scientists, Anisimov and Zharinov, who have done a study among 50,000 of creative art specialties. Those who work with some harmful production, adverse production, they show a lot of morbidity and early aging. So the leaders among men on average life expectancy are the Nobel Prize winners, and then academicians, directors among academicians, art play, and so on. And the leaders on average, but average lifetime is a Nobel Prize winners, academicians. As for the leaders in terms of the overall longevity, there's a Nobel Prize winners among men, and so on. So you can see all statistics in front of you. So continuous nerve linkages that we stimulate, they help us get rid of process and hippocampus. That's why we see so many harpist players live so long. There are such therapies as art therapy, music therapy, and what I told you, that meditation influences telomere and its aging. So we can of statistics here. The hypothesis that I just presented is also proven by scientists and genetic scientists from California University with 2,227 participants show that the level people with high level of education and telomere, they are markers of aging, have longer than and those who are poorly educated. So on this optimistic note, I would like to end my presentation, and using this opportunity, I would like to thank all listeners and attendees for present and staying with us despite such a long marathon. And I would like to thank the organizers for this outstanding Nobel Festival. We were inspired by multiple scientists. Okay, let's see if you have any questions. Oh no, we are late. That's why unfortunately there is no time for questions. Dear friends and participants of the forum, we're now breaking for lunch until 2:30. Let's be back at 2:30. We'll be looking forward to have you here. Please be back by 2:30 without any delays. We will unlock things in
30 p.m. Thank you.
У себя проверь, потому что я ничего не менял. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Раз, два, три. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Английский. Раз, два, три. Все.
1, 2, 3.
стартовал в столице один из самых ожидаемых
фестиваля Nobel Fest. В этом году, к слову, он призван объединить в себе мир науки и
ceremony. It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science innovation.
Nobel Fest doirasida fan va oliy ta'lim.
Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Trying to make ends meet, you're a slave to the money, then you die. Then you die.
Nobel Fest mаңызды. Kazakhstan үшін, министрлігіміз үшін, жалпы білім ғылым саласы үшін.
Creativity and innovation saves and drives businesses, societies, and this planet.
Nobel Fest стал гордостью Казахстана.
What kind of world do you want to leave?
Мен қазақстандық арманға сенемін.
Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Trying to make ends meet, you're a slave to the money, then you die. Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Trying to make ends meet, you're a slave to the money, then you die.
Научный фестиваль Nobel Fest стартовал в столице, один из самых ожидаемых
фестиваля Nobel Fest. В этом году, к слову, он призван объединить в себе мир науки и
ceremony. It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science innovation.
Nobel Fest doirasida fan va oliy ta'lim.
Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Trying to make ends meet, you're a slave to the money, then you die. Then you die.
Научный фестиваль Nobel Fest стартовал в столице, один из самых ожидаемых
фестиваля Nobel Fest. В этом году, к слову, он призван объединить в себе мир науки и
ceremony. It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science innovation.
Nobel Fest doirasida fan va oliy ta'lim.
Cause it's a bittersweet symphony. beneath this life, trying to make ends meet. You're a slave to the money, then you die. Then you die.
Nobel Fest маңызды. Қазақстан үшін, министрлігіміз үшін, жалпы білім ғылым саласы үшін.
Creativity and innovation saves and drives businesses, societies, and this planet.
Nobel Fest стал гордостью Казахстана.
What kind of world do you want to live?
Мен қазақстандық арманға сенемін.
'Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life, trying to make ends meet. You're a slave to the money, then you die. 'Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life, trying to make ends meet. You're a slave to the money, then you die. No change, I can't change. No change, I can't change.
Добро пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28-29 июня, город Алматы. New Vision – это ваш новый масштаб развития. Время пришло. Присоединяйся к новой эпохе роста.
Национальная премия «Учитель Казахстана» способствует повышению престижа и статуса педагогов в нашем обществе. Встречайте, учитель химии из города, преподаватель русского языка и литературы, педагог в 3-м поколении. Приглашается учитель физики из города, преподаватель математики в старших классах и среднем звене, учитель младших классов из Павлодара, учитель начальных классов логопед, диетолог из Караганды.
The prestigious award is considered the Nobel for educators. This is the Nobel for teachers.
The prize for teaching excellence.
$1 million prize recognizing an outstanding contribution to the teaching
The
profession.
most coveted and high-profile teaching excellence awards.
Вы открываете детям мир и миру их талант. Вы помогаете обрести веру в себя и указываете верную дорогу. И даже когда вы преподаете алгебру или химию, на самом деле вы учите гораздо большему.
Today, clients can take care of their health by booking and paying for doctor's appointments using their smartphones. Doctors can monitor your recovery and follow the progress of your treatment even remotely. Artificial intelligence based on deep business process analytics helps the chief medical officer manage the medical center transparently and efficiently. Online management provides you with more data to make the right decisions that enhance employee efficiency, performance, and overall revenue, and track the dynamics of recovery. The system tracks your health status by itself, reminding you of treatments, doctor's visits, and additional checkups. It helps doctors respond to changes in a timely manner, change treatment schedules, and follow the progress of your recovery. This reality is available today through a web-based platform for doctors and hospitals, as well as through a mobile app for patients. MedData AI, a cutting-edge AI-powered system for transparent medical center management.
Лучшие учителя мира прилетели в Астану. В столице стартовал первый саммит.
It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science, innovation, and education. Traditionally, the
role of education has never been more critical. We must adopt, innovate, and inspire in equal measures.
I love that the Kazakh teachers are so flexible and that they're so receptive to new ideas.
Believe in your ability to change their lives because teachers always matter.
Научный фестиваль Nobel Fest стартовал в столице, один из самых ожидаемых
Фестиваль Nobel Fest. В этом году, к слову, он призван объединить в себе мир науки и
ceremony. It should be noted that this year it aims to unite the world of science, innovation.
Nobel Fest doirasida fan va oliy ta'lim.
Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Trying to make ends meet, you're a slave to the money, then you die. Then you die.
Nobel Fest маңызды. Kazakhstan үшін, министрлігіміз үшін, жалпы білім, ғылым саласы үшін.
Creativity and innovation saves and drives businesses, societies, and this planet.
Nobel Fest стал гордостью Казахстана.
What kind of world do you want to leave?
Мен қазақстандық арманға сенемін.
'Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Trying to make ends meet. You're a slave to the money, then you die. 'Cause it's a bittersweet symphony, this life. Trying to make ends meet. You're a slave to the money, then you die. No change, I can't change. No change, I can't change.
Добро пожаловать на глобальный бизнес-форум New Vision 2024. В самом центре Евразии, в городе Алматы, мы объединяем мировых лидеров бизнеса и инноваций. 10 тысяч участников и признанные спикеры со всего мира объединятся вместе, чтобы обсудить мегатренды будущего и новые возможности роста. Алан Пис, Ричард Брэнсон, Джефф Хоффман, Брайан Трейси, Салим Исмаил, а также лидеры бизнеса Тимур Турлов, Айдын Рахимбаев, Нурлан Смагулов и глобальные члены YPO. Не упустите масштабный нетворкинг, глобальные возможности и стратегии развития, которые изменят ваш бизнес и карьеру. 28-29 июня, город Алматы. New Vision – это ваш новый масштаб развития. Время пришло. Присоединяйся к новой эпохе роста.
Национальная премия «Учитель Казахстана» способствует повышению престижа и статуса педагогов в нашем обществе. Встречайте, учитель химии из города, преподаватель русского языка и литературы, педагог в 3-м поколении. Приглашается учитель физики из города, преподаватель математики старших классов и среднем звене, учитель младших классов из Павлодара, учитель начальных классов, логопед, диетолог из Караганды.
The prestigious award is considered the Nobel for educators. This is the Nobel
Қайырлы күн, құрметті ханымдар мен мырзалар, құрметті форум қатысушылары, тағы бір мәрте барлықтарыңызды Nobel Fest форумының екінші күнінде көргенімізге қуаныштымыз. Қош келдіңіздер. Дорогие друзья, мы рады приветствовать всех наших гостей на втором дне Nobel Fest. Добро пожаловать, присаживайтесь поудобнее. Мы начинаем вторую часть второго дня. И, дамы и господа, надеюсь, мы все абсолютно готовы, чтобы продолжить наше увлекательное путешествие по новым горизонтам медицинской науки. Имею честь представить вам выдающегося ученого, доктора медицинских наук, профессора, руководителя проекта «Архитектура возраста» Андрея Ильницкого. Наш спикер соединится с нами онлайн, чтобы поделиться последними достижениями в области клинической.
So, we would like to share with you the latest news and welcome back to the second half of the Nobel Fest. And we are happy to present you the next speaker. Let's give a warm welcome to Andrei Ilnitsky, Doctor of Medical Sciences, Professor. He's representing Project Architecture of Age. Can you hear me well? Professor is joining us online. Well, the slides are coming up on the screen. I hope we can start. Is anything wrong? I hope you can hear me and see me. Let's get started. It's a huge honor for me to participate in this very interesting event, and I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation. So I would like to present you to the following projects: Architecture of Age in Israel and the Institute of Gerontology of Moscow. I would like to talk to you about the new diseases. What are the new diseases about? Well, Homo sapiens as a biological species has never lived so long. Well, on the one hand, it's good because we have more time to enjoy, to be active and productive. However, this additional span of life led to a rise of new diseases, and young people do not have such diseases, as is age-associated sarcopenia or age-related anorexia, because appetite goes down with the age. It turned out that we have no arm, no means to counter, because it's a new science from the standpoint of medicine. It's about application of new methods by questionnaires and so on. Unfortunately, when it comes to new diseases, we do not have any points to combat them. Besides different scores, comprehensive geriatric questionnaire, we are not able to offer any well-formulated methods of laboratory or instrumental proven evidence-based medicine. So it's a new dimension in geriatrics, and we are often a new concept. So it's a clinical peptidology as a new concept. It's at the interface of fundamental disciplines, clinical medicine, that is studying different topics. Clinical peptidology is a new interdisciplinary field at the intersection of basic disciplines, clinical medicine, environmental science, industrial production, that deals with the study of peptide sources and production, peptide metabolism in the body, and the use of peptides in prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation. As for the areas of study, peptides, we study peptides in the regulation of the human internal environment, sources of peptides in the environment, and possibilities of the extraction, application of peptides of peptides quantification in the process of homeostasis regulation, in the process of diagnostic and evaluation of therapy efficiency, use of various peptides in prevention, treatment, and rehabilitation, including medicines, functional nutrition, biologically active food supplements, and diets. Well, I just copied it in English. It's a European Peptide Society, and the European perspective is about studying chemistry, biochemistry, pharmacology of peptides in Europe and neighboring countries. As for the term itself, it was offered by Albert Fischer, winner of Nobel Prize, because he thought that it comes from the Greek word peptide, to cook, and to aid digestion, and the word pepphys means digestion. Fischer was the first to describe peptides, and they hypothesized that they were composed of amino acids, and in 1902 he obtained evidence of peptide bonds between amino acids, and in 1905 he developed a method of synthesizing peptides artificially. Let's look at 906, an English physiologist, Henry Dale, discovered that an extract from the pituitary gland stimulates uterine smooth muscle contraction, from the Greek word fast, and Tokos labor came from the name of the substance of peptide, natrioxytocin.
Peptides were taken from the tissues, and in 1953 the sequence of the oxytocin was deciphered, decrypted, and ever since Vincent Defoe got the Nobel Prize in chemistry, and oxytocin became the first synthesized polypeptide hormone. So we see that this is the view, the European or the American view. This is the pharmacology of peptides as well as its production. In the post-Soviet Union, one of the pioneers was the academician of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Khavinson, who passed away, but I think that you know him very well because he visited Kazakhstan on numerous occasions, and he found out that the short peptides regulate gene activity by complementary binding to a certain section of DNA. That is, they have gene-specific tropism, and they are directly involved in the mechanisms of epigenomic regulation. Vladimir Khavinson is the author of this series of peptides, and some of them are registered as biologically active additives. We tried to generalize these views of American, Russian, and European scientists thinking of the pharmacology, and on the other hand, we tried to use the evidence-based aspects. Peptides need rebranding because a lot of them are actually very well-known drugs or medication. For example, you know about the enalapril that belongs to the group of angiotensin converting enzyme inhibitors. For many years, the drug was a leading there are lots of other interesting things. For example, there is the theory of the tolerogenic vaccines because they represent modern means of treatment of autoimmune diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, target inflammation, and tolerogenic vaccine acts by binding to the T-cell receptor, which leads to its differentiation into a separate regulatory phenotype. The administration of exogenous murine class II major histocompatibility complex binding protein unique galactosylate type 2 collagen peptide directly interacts with the antigen specific receptors through the positively charged tag. and this leads to the proliferation of regulatory T cells and a strong dominant suppressive effect that provides protection against arthritis. A peptide-based tolerogenic approach may be a promising dominant antigen-specific therapy for rheumatoid arthritis and, in principle, autoimmune disease in general. In order to actively develop new methods of treatment, for example, such peptides are used for the assessment of the effectiveness of the therapies. There are a lot of other breakthrough technologies, such as the peptide technologies, which are used in modern breakthrough technologies. Graphene-based olfactory sensors, for example, can detect other molecules based on the structure of peptide sequences, and graphene sensors functionalized with engineered peptides can be used to develop electronic devices that mimic olfactory receptors and reproduce the sense of smell quite accurately by selectively detecting other molecules. You know, there is another big topic of peptide and the diet, and we know that a valid and scientifically based nutritional system is the Mediterranean diet, which helps prevent cardiovascular pathology, dementia, and cancer. And attempts are being made to isolate substances, including those of a peptide nature, that have a targeted preventive effect. That is, they prevent one or another pathology. An example of the targeted effect of plant and animal peptides contained in the Mediterranean diet is the prevention of primary sarcopenia, which is characterized by a decrease in muscle strength and mass. This is recommended to keep in mind after a person turns 60 years old or above, because after a person turns 65, in order to maintain normal muscle metabolism, it is necessary to use protein and peptides in a volume of 1 to 1.2 grams per kilogram of body weight. Andrei Nikolaevich, we apologize. Can you hear us? Yes, of course. We have some issues with signal, with coverage, and with sound. Could you please stay a bit away from your microphone and check your volume once again, because we cannot really hear you well and we have a very bad reception here. Everything is okay on my end. For some reason we receive signal with interferences here at our end. Well, let me see. Everything must be well. Everything is sort of standard, because I participated in a number of webinars. Andrei Nikolaevich, we apologize for the interference. Let's move on. Okay, I apologize for a delay. Can you actually hear me? If you can't hear me, what's the point of speaking? I mean, well, anyway, Nutrage is the Mediterranean diet break by break. This is the European project that studies different components of the Mediterranean diet, which can actually have a positive impact on health. And here we need to pay more attention to peptides. So peptides as boosters of health include Mediterranean diet, Japanese diet, vegan diet, vegetarian diet, resilience diet, calorie restriction, and intermittent fasting diet. And usually, if you, for example, consume 2 spoons of olive oil, 2 tablespoons of olive oil a day, it improves the background of mood and prevents the development of senile asthenia syndrome. We know that the fats are the major source of energy compared to carbs, and usually the carbohydrates comprise 5 to 10% of total calories, whereas protein is from 20 to 30% of total calories. There's actually the studies which were held in the United States of America when the prevention of senile asthenia syndrome is based on nutraceuticals based on ketone esters. And according to preliminary results, the severity of inflammation is reduced and the phenomena of dyna and sarcopenia are stopped. The range of motion is improved and cognitive abilities are improved as well. As for the intermittent fasting diet, there are certain restrictions as 16 to 8 hours, limiting the eating window to 8 hours, for example, from midday to 8 p.m. and the rest of the time means fasting. And or there we have the ratio of 5 to 2, where when 5 days of regular eating are followed by 2 days of calorie restriction to 500 and 600 calories a day. And there is the 24-hour fasting, that means complete fasting for 4 hours once or twice a week. Restriction when there are direct inhibitors of protein acetyltransferases are used. Activators of protein acetylase also a part of calorie restriction. The result is nutrient depletion, which triggers autophagy, turns off the mTORC1 signaling, and that leads to a decrease in the rate of aging of both the cardiovascular system and other organs and issues. I'm not going to stop on peptides and the speed of food consumption. I will just say that we are working on the anorexia syndrome among elderly people because it is very dangerous and it is the earliest stage of dietary problems and the senile asthenia. And as it turns out, this condition is characterized by peptide hormones such as GLP-1, peptide YY. In response to certain food, it suppresses the appetite through the hypothalamus and it delays the bowel movements. It would be quite relevant to look at from this standpoint, proving because people of senior age have lifestyle working peptides. Well, it starts since childhood, and 55% of children and 80% of adolescents with obesity will suffer from this disease in adulthood. Breastfeeding is associated with the reduced risk of overweight and obesity. Use, for example, of commercial formula milk intensive marketing of energy-dense, nutrient-poor foods. And we also see with peptides and aging that there are a number of positive symptoms, no less than in the previous slides, are helpful. After steady training with resistance loads and aerobic physical exercises, stretching exercises can be added, and balance exercises are recommended for people in older age groups. The modern principle is to organize time so that the slightest pauses are filled with physical activity, not for a moment of rest. Lifestyle is bad, therefore we recommend to take some actions or do some exercises every 2 hours. One can do squats, take a walk, or just start moving, and it usually helps reach a positive impact. In conclusion of my presentation, I would like to talk about the routine of physical activities and its therapeutical effect. And here we believe that it is necessary to use the concept of individual viability, recommended by the WHO, in order to properly, it's possible in 6 domains, and they include cognitive domain, they include psychological domain, motor domain, sensory domain, somatic domain, and the vital domain. And interferences or interventions, in our opinion, shall be based on the identification of risk factors or vulnerability factors. If we speak of the cognitive domain, then here the vulnerability factors include repeated traumatic brain injuries, sleep disorders, smoking, excessive alcohol consumption, or benign age-related forgetfulness. There are some vulnerabilities observed in the somatic domain, such as inflammation, age-regulated immune disorders, orthostatic hypertension, adherence to a Western diet. I don't really like the term that is called comprehensive longevity assessment. If we use in medicine the comprehensive geriatric assessment, then with regards to longevity, we better use the comprehensive assessment of the risk factors for the reduction of longevity. And on the basis of these risk factors, we suggest focusing on specific domains of viability in order to determine the risk factors such as the decrease in longevity, which can result in prescription of certain medication. The final goal is to achieve some super age. And super agers are people who, at the age of 60, plan to live for another 30 years. They master new professions, they start new families, because they believe that a very large share of life is awaiting them in the future. And super agers are on at the crossroads of gerosciences, which is the science of the laws of biology of aging. And it talks about the fundamental possibility of slowing down the rate of aging, but we now have so-called terms: normal agers, fast agers, and slow agers. And the agers show some delayed type of aging. They have without. So, as for the social gerontology, people after they turn 65 become defaulters who just live the rest of their life, live their last days of their life. Whereas the super agers after retirement acquire new knowledge and skills and plan to live for even more. So if we look at this graph, we see that the red curve shows a very long life. This means that people live a long life and die really quickly. And based on what I said today in my presentation, with the use of peptides as the special markers of certain diagnosis, or as information that clarify the ideology of pathogenesis, I mean the new diseases, where peptides can be used in different kinds of medication, or where the peptides can be used as different agents. Well, this is what a lot of people are dreaming about. They want to live a very long, high-quality life, but then have a very quick death at a very old age. Dear colleagues, I'm finishing my presentation, and I just wanted to say that more detailed information is reflected in our books. They are sold in Kazakhstan too. We plan to publish more books on geriatric syndromes and the syndromes of senile asthenia. And we also will talk about how to increase our resistance to stress at critical points of aging, when, for example, people start dealing with problems related to their age or loss of their loved ones. And we also are going to focus on the ecological problems in our future books in order to show how the environment affects the premature aging. And of course, environmental problems are not going to kill us, but it may affect our soon death. So if you read these books, you will probably be able to engage in a very good discussion on how to develop gerontology, geriatrics, and we'd love to see some interest in such an interesting and exciting report. I think that each of our participants found something new from or learned something new from you. Well, dear friends, we had some issues with internet, but since we are streaming everything on YouTube, if you missed something, you have a chance to go to YouTube and Google Nobel Fest, or search for Nobel Fest, and listen to this information over again. Now, dear colleagues, we are moving on. I'm gonna continue with our topic, peptides interactions, and for the right here, health of Russian, Dr. Ekaterina.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, guests of the forum. I'm excited to welcome you. My name is Mironova Ekaterina. I'm a candidate of biological sciences. I'm also head of laboratory of molecular neuroendocrine well, here is the title of my position, head of laboratory of molecular immune endocrinology, Institute of Disease Pulmonology, Ministry of Health, and senior researcher of the laboratory of molecular mechanism of aging at St. Petersburg Institute of Bioregulation and Gerontology. What are the stem cells? They are predecessors of all cells in the body, precursors of all cells in the body, and they are capable of self-renewing, forming new stem cells, dividing through mitosis. Can you please help me out? So, what can we say about aging? It's a multi-factor mechanism. There is not a single mechanism that would be deemed aging. It is accompanied by a progressive decrease in the pool of endogenous stem cells. So these are the cells that are being part of our body. Damage, as well as gradual damage to the structure and functions. We see decline in the regenerative potential of stem cells that contributes to the development of age-associated diseases. Well, the reduced regenerating ability of endogenous stem cells is regulated by such molecular processes as reduced intensity of energy exchange, DNA repair efficiency, retardation of RNA and protein synthesis, and accumulation of cellular damage. So just like I said before, well, the stem cells give birth to all cells in our body, and therefore their dysfunction is crucial for understanding the aging process at the level of tissues and the organism overall. Aging cells influence neighboring cells by releasing certain signaling molecules, resulting in a cascade of intercellular signaling events. So cellular aging is believed to be one of the mechanisms of well, it is believed that cellular aging is one of the mechanism of aging of the whole organism. The loss of proliferative activity of stem cells due to aging is equivalent to the loss of their ability to regenerate damaged tissues, which emphasizes the need to study the mechanism underlying this phenomenon. So now I outline the problem. How can we address it? And what can help us here are peptides. Apitelon tetrapeptide was synthesized based on the analysis of amino acid composition of endolutein polypeptide complex isolated from the epiphysis of young animals. Peptide apitelon will be mentioned here as Ka-ATZ. We know that amino acids can be mentioned as 3-letter or 1-letter denotion. So using the Visogen tripeptide was synthesized based on the analysis of the amino acid composition of Ventford polypeptide complex isolated from vessels of young animal. This study was conducted in Italy under Havinson Vladimir, and we studied the impact of apitelon and Visogen on expression of genes and synthesis of cell cycle of stem cells. We see here on the pictures on the left-hand side, where the peptide were not added, that the expression of P16 and P21 markers that are marked in red, their localization in cell nucleus is present. However, when we add peptides, epithelon and visogen, the expression of these markers would significantly go down. So we see that these cells do not have a red pigment. So therefore, visogen and I'll tell you later, we have synthesized 3 peptides that is shown here. We have studied cartilax on expression of genes and synthesis of fibroblasts. The tripeptide cartilax would of testing of instances there are 2 models of cell aging that are studied in vitro. These are replicative, when there is a deliberate aging by planting cells from one cultural vessel to another, and there is stationary aging that is caused by contact cell type, change expression. It's aging vilon. It's amino acid sequence. It showed EGF1 and NFKB gene expression in 2 models of aging, as well as gene responsible for building the end of telomeres under steady state aging. Let me continue neurogenesis topic. How did peptide influence maturing of neurons and stem cells? What are the neurodegenerative diseases about? As Igor has mentioned, it's a group of pathologies characterized by dysfunctions of central and peripheral nervous system. These diseases are characterized by increasing atrophy of neurons and subsequently their death. Here you see how a healthy neuron looks like, and how the transmission of signal is damaged, is compromised because of the damage. And every day, a number of people suffering from neurodegenerative diseases is increasing. This is due to the increase in the average life expectancy of the population of different countries, which leads to an increase in the prevalence of pathologies of nervous system. Diseases of nervous system lead to impairment of both cognitive and motor functions, having high social significance. Diseases is search for methods that provide safe neurotransplantation of stem cells into damaged area of nervous system. Currently promising neuroprotectors are peptide bioregulators with high physiological activity and ability to regulate the expression of various signaling molecules. In addition, peptide bioregulators are characterized by trophic growth and anti-inflammatory, mediator, and effector properties, and have no side effects. So this is how we the proliferative ability of peptide was detected against retinal and pigment epithelium cells cultures in rats. So we've seen some tissue overgrowth and increase in cell numbers. On the right-hand side, you see these micro pictures of the control group, and when we add pre-epithelon. Epithelon also stimulated differentiation of stem cells from ectoderm of an early gastula of the frog Xenopus leaves into neural tissue and epidermis. We see how the cells are changing. What is differentiation about? It's a development process of specialized targeted functions of the cell. Epithelon peptide, in addition to organotypic retinal cell culture in combination with key dipeptide, promoted a statistically significant increase in the expression level of retinal neuronal markers and retinal pigment epithelium cell markers that are essential for signaling between cells in the nervous system. We have studied the impact of epithelon and visogen on neurogenesis of cells. It was done in Italy. On the left-hand side, you see with the peptide will not edit the expression of nastin, beta-stimulin, tubulin, double cortin, they're absent because these proteins, they're localized in cell cytoplasma. We see lighting of these markers when we add epitolone and visogen. They are shown red with red color. So the conclusion was that epitolone and visogen peptides realize induction of neurogenic differentiation of stem cells by increasing gene expression and synthesis of proteins. These proteins are essential for the normal functioning of the nervous system. They provide signaling information transfer from cell to cell, interaction and communication of brain cells with each other. So, let me draw some conclusions. That lengthy long-term cultivation of stem cells is necessary for clinical application of tissue and organ regeneration in cell replacement therapy. Short peptides are potential substances that can be used to maintain stem cell morphology and function of stem cells, as well as to reduce the expression of aging markers. Stimulation with short stem cell differentiation in neurogenic direction by placement dysfunction, which holds promise for the treatment of neurodegenerative diseases. Thank you very much, dear Ekaterina, and a round of applause to you. That's been an exciting report, dear guests. We'll move on. She is the head of the Department of Therapy, Geriatrics, and Anti-Aging Medicine, Academy of Postgraduate Education, FGBU. She's going to talk us about the age as a cognitive agent, a memory of super agents, and its formation throughout the lifespan. How the memories and cognitive skills not only be retained but improve. That contradicts the general stereotypes about aging. Elvira Fesenka is going to be our next speaker. Elvira, I hope you can hear us and see us. Our speaker will also introduce us to the latest data and methods that allow people to achieve remarkable. Can you hear me? Now we can. I think we've got the signal. Will I be able to share my screen or no? Unfortunately, we can't hear the screen yet, but we can hear. There is some noise. Let us just test our sound so that our support. How is the weather? It's plus 13, intermittent cloud, but it feels like minus 100. Now I think we hear you pretty well, and now we can see you as well. Yeah, that's terrific. And can you see us? Yes. So greetings from Astana. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the invitation and for this unique opportunity to speak at this grand scientific event where our professional community can share some most up-to-date and relevant findings and apply them both in practice and for personal use. Today we're going to talk to you about the age as a cognitive ascent, as memory of superagers, and I'm going to be brief, maybe 1.5 hours. No, I'm just kidding. So I'll be brief and take you through the recent news about super agers. Who are the super agers? In fact, people start thinking that we have a lot of people of senior age, and there are a lot of people of super agers. So these are people of senior age that by their cognitive and functional abilities exceed their peers. And it's a live broadcast. Now we hear you. Now you're back. According to UN, there are around 953,000 plus people living in the world aged 100 years and above. And in 2050, there will be around 3.7 million of them. We can't really play down the fact of genetic lottery at birth. Children of long livers live on average 10 years longer. That's a proven fact. And today, the most known long livers, super agers, Maria Braians Morera, 115 years old, living in US, and Fusa Tatsumi, 115 years. He was younger than Maria, by 52 days younger than Morera. Johnny Kalman, 122, associated with conspiracy theory. Our scientists have published an article about this phenomenon of Jeanne Kalman were falsified, but in fact, it's a fact. She's actively, this lady is actively functioning.
So, what are the pillars of aging which do not allow us to form a successful profile of aging and which can have a negative impact on the super aging? This is the instability of genomes. We know about the endogenous and exogenous aspects as the radiation and chemical products. The older the age, the greater the genetic instability. And over time, we see from small mutations to pronounced mutations such as tumor suppressor genes, cause of cancerogenesis and neurodegenerative diseases. And genome stability is a way of life. The one more pillar of aging is the shortening of telomere. We are aware of this phenomenon. There are also the epigenetic damage, and scientists prove that the modification of lifestyle, especially greater movement activities, affect the effective fight against such pillars of aging. For example, moving is personal hygiene, and regular physical activities ensure the preventive mind, and our colleagues as well as the international colleagues proved that the regular physical aerobic activity improves short-term memory and long-term memory, and in general has a positive impact on the degeneration processes of tissues. And so our goal is to find out which mechanisms we can use in order to have an influence on these recommendations changed in the upward way. And if we look at the genotype of the population on our planet, adult approximately every third woman and every fourth man does not have low-income countries. Physical activity levels have not increased globally since 2000, and hypertension, incidence of cancer of certain local, the amount of physical activity, according to WHO, include aerobic physical activity of moderate intensity, so that it's 150 to 300 minutes, or engaging in more than 150 minutes of vigorous intensity aerobic physical activity per week is recommended. The time spent sitting or lying down shall be limited, and it's recommended to replace sitting or lying down with physical activity of any intensity. If we move on, other pillars of aging include the proteostasis disorders as a result of different factors, whether this is the thermal shock or other kinds of stress types. The number of protein goes up, the autophagy processes go up, and this leads to the acceleration of aging processes. Another pillar of aging is the impaired nutrient recognition or mitochondrial or the inability to recognize glucose or other things, which exacerbates the processes. Another important theory here is the mitochondrial dysfunction. There are lots of studies held in this field, and here the aging gets accelerated because of the active forms of oxygen. Even if a lot of theories got rejected, induction of inflammations, lowering biogenesis of mitochondria, as well as the damage of mitochondrial DNA, accumulation of damaged proteins in mitochondria are the characteristics of the mitochondrial dysfunction. We've talked a lot about the cell senescence, and on this slide you see such changes as the aging cell. You can see how the cellular cycle tends to change, as well as its structural functional units. Depletion of stem cells means depletion of hematopoietic cell anemia, or depletion of mesenchymal cells, osteoporosis and fractures, dysfunction of muscle cells and their satellites, sarcopenia, the basis for the formation of the aging phenotype or decrease in functional abilities. Here we see what kinds of points we can use for our prevention programs in terms of the nutritional support and in terms of changing the lifestyle, because the progression of sarcopenia or lowering of the muscle mass and muscle force over time also affects the profile of aging, the cognitive health, the health of brain, and it increases the risk of the sarcopenic obesity. And this is quite a relevant problem nowadays that is being studied a lot. Intercellular communications disorder. We can learn more about it by looking at the book on the preventive neuroimmunoendocrinology that was written by the renowned scientist Kvitnoy Igor Moiseyevich, Ilnitsky Andrei Nikolaevich, and Professor Prashayev Kirill Ivanovich. I just wanted to focus on the most relevant data that you can find in this book. So with the modification of lifestyle, we can actually affect such pillars of aging. In fact, we do not have clear data about why a certain category of people were included into the group of superagers do not exist. There is a very expensive neuroimmune endocrinological interventions, but we also study the patterns of diet, and this is something that we can start doing today. The patterns of diet which prove to be very effective are great in number, and most of them include the Mediterranean diet, Japanese diet, vegetarian diet, resilience diet, and calorie restriction or restriction of calories. What needs to be lowered anyway with any type of dietary behavior? It is necessary to reduce the consumption of fatty meat as well as daily consumption products high in saturated fat, because they can reduce cognitive abilities. And I'm talking here about the red meat, as well as carbohydrates such as sugar, candy, sweet liquids that reduce cognitive abilities and contribute to the development of different diseases. And since not all of the products get labeled with a certain composition breakdown, well, of course, such products are dangerous for consumption. What is useful for consumption? Tuna, salmon, trout, nuts as a source of omega-3 that improves cognitive abilities and prevents the neurodegenerative dementia. Complex carbohydrates such as rice, wholemeal bread, vegetables, polyphenols and antioxidants, fruits and vegetables, olive oil, red wine. They reduce the neuroinflammation, oxidative levels, and improve the cognitive status and reduce tau protein production. Since the major studies take place in the group of superagers, and we mostly focus on people at the age of 80 to 85, such preventive programs can be started today, regardless of the life cycle stage that we are at right now. DASH diet proved to be very effective, even though it was created as the preventive measure to we see very simple recommendations. You cannot fully exclude carbohydrates because such whole grain products as, for example, millet, oats, wheat groats are important for our cognitive functions. We also need to make sure that we consume right protein because a shortage of protein has a negative impact on the functions, cognitive functions, and they develop sarcopenia and sarcopenic obesity. Mediterranean diet proved to be quite positive. It mostly means consuming vegetable mortality rate, and last but not least, it reduces the risk of neurodegenerative disorders such as dementia and Alzheimer's disease. This slide is quite interesting, and it shows the impact of the Mediterranean diet on the mitochondrial function. And as we said earlier, mitochondrial dysfunction is one of the pillars of aging. And here, by resveratrol and lycopene, the inflammation goes down, as well as the damage was caused by free radicals. A Scandinavian diet also proved to be very positive and helpful because it creates the proper profile of aging, helps keep cognitive functions. It focuses on the Okinawa diet. Seems like it reminds us of the vegetarian food. And really important with Okinawan diet is that those places on our planet where we see a big cohort of people of elderly age, well, such people show good functional cognitive skills, and Okinawan diet is quite different because it is characterized by social inclusion. There are a lot of people of elderly age tend to spend lots of time with other members of the society, and when such unfavorable factors are prevented, we see a greater positive effect. For the time being, there is a very popular diet called the caloric restriction or time-restricted eating. That's when you have some windows and you extend the time of food periods between food consumption. There are different schemes, and we see the formation of a very serious evidence base. For example, there is the 5-2 diet, when for 2 days a week a person restricts its calorie consumption or food intake. Or there is an alternative day fasting when we reduce our daily calorie consumption down to 500 calories a day. With each of these interventions, we need to make sure that a person is not exposed to additional stress, because then a person will come back to his or her regular dietary pattern. And if we say no to food consumption, we shall not ignore our breakfasts, because it is really important to have breakfasts, because they have a positive impact on our cognitive functions and on our functional capabilities. And the biological clocks of our body. Geroscience plus social gerontology are intertwined, and here it is really important to follow all of the rules and laws of our biological clocks. As I was said earlier, we need to make sure that over time, since these interactions tend to go down, we need to be very smooth in changing our lifestyle, and we need to exert a greater control over the calories intake. For example, we see that the peptide YY levels increase in the last postprandial phase in older adults, and ghrelin is secreted by stomach cells. We see leptin that is secreted by adipose tissue. It penetrates the blood-brain barrier and activates the anorexigenic neurons in the hypothalamus, suppressing appetite in old age. It lowers the levels of ghrelin and the balanced levels of postprandial leptin, ghrelin, and insulin. And we need to control the macro and micronutrients, because when we analyze the dietary behavior, we see that elderly people get a greater risk of malnutrition. We actively discuss the TAME research. This is the research that has been carried out for 5 years already. It looks at different effects of metformin and its impact on the metabolical profile and aging profile. You see the criteria for exclusion on the slide, and we see primary control points and secondary and tertiary control points defined under TAME study, and they include the dynamics of the biomarkers of biological age. What were the pleiotropic effects? And they include the impact on the biological age, reduction of insulin, and they also include the lowering of level of insulin-like growth factor 1, inhibition of the mechanistic target of rapamycin activation, mitochondrial electron transport complex 1, and reduction in the degree of DNA damage, reduction of endogenous production of peroxide components. These are quite important indicators, and based on the data in gerontological sciences, we see some issues, some problems to be discussed.
If we used to say that gerontology is 65 plus, then today we need to add preventive gerontology at every stage, at any stage. And what cognitive function will we have tomorrow? We need to start thinking today. It's important to use vaccines to prevent infectious diseases, statin and group of lipid-lowering drugs. A large evidence base has been accumulated for these groups of drugs, and age as an object of prevention is an early stage of our study. What also matters for our patients and for those whom we advise is not to share some certain information that is plentiful and they can be disoriented. It's important to teach them how to learn rather than provide a set of information that is already abundant. We need to ensure marketing. We need to know how to meet age at home, what are the latest research on prevention of dementia, and why divorce rates is rising, and sexually transmitted infection. The loneliness doesn't mean that a person lives alone or without partners. A person can live with a partner, not alone, but he would feel alone, and that's leads to inadequate control. Functional parameters often leads to of functional parameters, increased risk of malnutrition syndrome, increased risk of motor activity disorders, depression of adaptation mechanism at molecular organ and organism level. Yeah, loneliness leads to depression risk, anxiety risk, increased subjective perception of loneliness, decreased motivation and adherence to treatment, increased demand for emergency medical care, increased demand for inpatient care. So, the issue of super agers and why people have managed to live so long and what lifestyle allowed them to achieve it and to function so successfully. It's a serious, it's important issue, and it's a combination of two sciences. It's gerontology and social gerontology, and behavior interventions need to come to the fore, and metaphysics of health and longevity, purpose in life, friendship, love, empathy, and faith. That's it from my side. I hope that I managed to finish on time. Thank you very much indeed. This is truly an interesting topic. Nobody wants to grow old, at least not too fast. I hope that we gain a lot of useful data, and let's give a round of applause to Elvira Fisenko once again. Dear colleagues, let us move on. We're now going to talk to you about the contribution of Kazakh scientists into global science, and we're going to start with the director of the City Clinical Hospital number 4 in Almaty, and he's going to talk to us about endoprothesis of large joints and their experience, present and future. And the speaker is going to be Birjan Dasmailov. Let's move on, and I'm happy to introduce you to our next speaker, member of the Association of Doctors and Rehabilitologists, Physiotherapist of Israel, neurologist, rehabilitologist, professor of the National Academy of Sciences of Kazakhstan, Roman Yucht. First of all, thank you for this opportunity to tell you about our development. Second of all, I'm happy to see you all. I'm happy that the festival exists, and it's the beginning is half done. So I'm going to take you through my developments. These are practical developments, and what I'm doing is in pharmacy, also teaching musculoskeletal system with signaling molecules. We, as well as psychiatrists, are most poorly studied. We still need to compete with different false specialties that are treating musculoskeletal system. One of the anecdotes when I came to practice in Kazakhstan, I went to Abay, where they wrap people in horse fat and they leave them like that for a few days to make sure that this liquefies bones, and that's how a hernia would disappear. Today there is another issue with the patients is self-treatment. If something is wrong, they go in to read it on the internet. They burn, and I would say backbone if there is another chance, because surgery is shoulder pain and pain in today. It's nearly and the all room. And how many of you have low back pain, or it caused some pain at least once? Yes, according to the most recent data, it should be around 60 or 80%. And as I joke, the rest 20%, they haven't come to the doctor because they were doing some self-healing, self-treatment. So what I'm telling has pretty well applied part to our life, and it relates well to our life, and it relates to everyone, because there is definitely one of the three questions that you raised your hand to. There are different techniques of massage and so on, and there is surgery, physiotherapy, sport. There is also autologous therapy. It's PRP, so it's enriched with thrombocyte plasma. There is also Ortakin. It's a German enterprise that made this procedure to Kobe Bryant. So since then it's called Kobe Bryant procedure, and they treated his problem with the knee. It's what he had with meniscus and plasma lifting, stem cells, as well as fat cells in Russia. So a lot of different methods. The advantage of all these techniques is relative safety. It's fewer side effects, especially critical ones, because as you know, something goes wrong with your backbone, it's terrible. But here, nothing there's nothing of a big deal when. Well, the disadvantage is a relatively high price. So. As for disadvantage, Ortakin is 3,000 euro, stem cells 1.5 thousand euro, PRP therapy in Western countries 700 to 800 for one injection, and fat cells injection is around 1,000 euro. So it's not cheap to treat yourself with autologous therapy. What makes this method unique? I received a unique patent just less than a year ago. First of all, the injection is 10 times cheaper at my clinic. It's $120, which is affordable for the majority. You need 3 as maximum, and you do them only once a month, so it's really possible. With settings and how it's done. How does this work? A patient is giving a sample of blood. Well, the patent still protects us in other countries, so I cannot disclose all details. So I just simply received PCT. That is innovating. There's a novelty in my invention. So we give a certain actuator. You place the blood in a thermostat for 38 degrees. The blood thinks that it's the same, that it's still in the body, but it's just inflammation, and starts fighting. Leukocytes trying to fight activator, and they start creating some cytokines that I'm going to tell you in the next slide. In a few hours, this cytokine-enriched plasma is collected from the tube with through centrifugation, and the new blood is taken from the patient, and I concentrate thrombocytes and leukocytes 5-6 times than compared to usual. And I marry them, I commingle them like in tea. New blood with this adding cytokines extracted early and injected into the patient pathology site. So activate thrombocytes and leukocytes with the thrombocytes that I collected before. And that should be injected into the affected area, if that is a meniscus or a disc or or ligament. So if it's a burst or rupture of a ligament, so this is all about inflammatory cytokines, because I need to create inflammation in the body to treat something. 5.5 interleukin-1 beta and less than 1.5 when the norm is less than 7, so it's just a regular blood sample. So this is what happens at thermal treatment without activator. Interleukin grew by 28 from 1.5, interleukin-1 beta to 53, so 10 times. This is what happens when we use our activator. We see that interleukin-1 beta grew by 500. It was 1.5, right? And 135, it was 5 interleukin-6. I also treated interleukin-10 because finally you have it in vitro and I could research it. So you need to have to explain that I'm very limited in my research in vitro, because they do that only for certain cytokines. And here is what I see. If we just warm up the blood, these are the numbers that we get. Interleukin is 8 and 1500. With actuator, 7,500. So it grew manifold. And if we compare it with the initial, then it's several thousand times. Interleukin 8, a very important cytokine that neutralizes neutrophils and allows to attract inflammation in the tissue. And here are the results. Using my practice, this is where it is. Okay, I'm sorry. There it is. The next one is more important. Image, it's a patient born in 1947 with chronic changes in the backbone and in the yellow joint. So simply it's completely cut off the nerve and the patient couldn't walk for more than 10 meters, and there were strong pains when turning from one to another side in the bed, so she couldn't so it was nerve compression. After a series of injections and control in 2 years, and she was afraid that again it would start all over again, but here is what it is over this time. You see the difference, right? How it was and what is it now. So she was scared that the condition would repeat itself. She rushed to me and we did an MRI. Here is a knee of a patient with degenerative arthritis. So before we see a destruction of the over here. That's pretty frequent. She could hardly walk up the steps. And here is what happened in 5 months and a series of 3 injections. Then we do it in 4 months and we control the results. And finally, what makes this so powerful is now we can treat the body with our own resources, and we minimize a whole lot of great deal of side effects that can arise as a result of other type of treatment. Maybe what I'm doing is just a small drop in the ocean. It's only for musculoskeletal, but maybe this could be applied for other type of disorders, oncological diseases, if with the help of cytokines that could be extracted, we can control various growth of oncological diseases, anti-inflammatory and pro-inflammatory cytokines. Maybe this can give, because his molecules, they coincide with him 100%. because this is a product of his own. Because today, pharmacology, and that's a mistake that Professor Pascal Meyer was talking.
There, of course, we need more research to be done because the research was held at my own expense, at the expense of my clinic in Almaty, and in the last 45 years of our developments, it was spent a lot. Thank you very much for your attention. Ladies and gentlemen, Roman Yucht, let's give him a round of applause. We are about to give the floor to Gulshara Abildinova, professor, head of Genomic Diagnostics Laboratory of the Hospital of the President's Affairs Department, chief freelance geneticist of the Ministry of Health. Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very glad to welcome you at this big room, in this big hall. I am here today to tell you about our initial studies, which are held in our laboratory with the use of the high-tech equipment. I would like to express our gratitude to Valery Vasilievich for inviting me here, and I would like to thank you for buying this equipment for us 5 years ago. Back then, we didn't really understand why we needed this equipment, and it was a very expensive equipment, but right now we use this equipment in order to carry out different studies of the intestinal microbiota of the Kazakh population, and we carry out lots of studies of the tumor cells in order to carry out a more targeted therapy. It should be said here, and I would like to say here that when microbiome is developed, it usually develops on the 24th week of pregnancy, when the fetus is 24 weeks old. And the further development of microbiome depends on how a child is born. If he was born naturally, then he gets the microbiome of his mother. But if he was born as a result of C-section, and it's important that the first 18 months of a child, and during the Soviet period, that we see that the microbiome is constantly changing. In the morning, we may have one microbiome. In the evening, it may be a different microbiome, depending on the engagement of certain genes. And the population of microbiome is affected by numerous factors, such as the surrounding exercises, stress, sleep, and diet, which is also very important, as mentioned today. Moreover, the intestinal microbiome has the vertical transmission of information from parents to, well, for example, when we try to use certain medication after the consumption of antibiotics, by looking at the microbiome, we see that additional medication may be meaningless, especially if the bacteria responsible for antimicrobial resistance. If we want to get rid of those bacteria and there are no relative bacteria nearby, then this function is transferred to the neighboring bacteria. Right now, the main field of bacteria includes 5 fields. These are the actinobacteria, Bacteroidetes, Proteobacteria, Firmicutes, and Vericomicrobia. Vericomicrobia is presented by one bacteria today, which is the Kirman-C. It's considered a very good indicator of a healthy intestine, and if a patient doesn't have this group of bacteria, then it can be developed by fasting, by a lengthy fasting. Such bacteria emerge in the intestine as a result of long fasting. In order to learn more about the predictors of the emergence of the cardiovascular pathologies among patients with insulin resistance. We've studied the links between the species ratio of microbiome and the cardiovascular pathologies. The materials of our research included the DNA of the feces type, and the group of research included 199 patients. 102 of them suffered from arterial hypertension. The rest of the respondents didn't have the arterial hypertension. The average age was 49. 73 men and 126 women. The body mass index 26.8, and the waist radius 26.8 plus 5.1. The methods use the gene sequencing of the new generation. We have our own server for processing our materials, and we have access to different world libraries. We used special sets that have been validated by the metagenomic kit. So, as for the species ratio of bacteria, we received the following. Actinobacteria, or about accounted for 5%. Bacteroides 37%, Firmicides 42%, Vericomicrobia 0.02%, and Proteobacteria 16%. And when holding the phylogenetic analysis of the bacterial population of patients, I've identified two enterotypes among 58% of patients. Out of 58% of patients, there was one enterotype of bacteria, Bacteroides, and in 42% two enterotypes of Prevotella. We talked about different methods of treatment, and we found out there is the certain organ that affects the central nervous system. It is called the central axis, or head connected with the intestine. Moreover, with our research, we found out 3 enterotypes: Bacteroides, Prevotella, and Romainococcus. I will show them on this slide. This is more like a hypothesis, because in our publications, these hypotheses are being rejected, and the enterotypes determine the predisposition of patients to certain types of diseases. For example, people that have the enterotype Bacteroides are not predisposed to obesity. They are not predisposed to diabetes, because as for Romainococcus, based on our results, and maybe this is because of the dietary habits of our patients with the third, we didn't have any patients with the third enterotype. We received the following data with the Bacteroides enterotype that was diagnosed among 60% of patients that have arterial hypertension and insulin resistance, and they predominantly had the Prevotella type. And I just wanted to mention the Bacteria corpi, because those patients who have predominantly these bacteria have the rheumatoid arthritis bacteria. So, by looking at the bacteria, we can decrypt the microbiome, and the results we receive actually show that if a person is predisposed to anxiety, or if a person has problems with rheumatoid arthritis, probably this is because of the prevailing quantity of certain bacteria in his body, or maybe sometimes it's recommended to avoid the consumption of dairy products. So we can look at the microbiome of a patient and look at his physiological characteristics. So this is what I wanted to show to you. There are three types of these are the three types, and they, based on the enterotype, we can forecast the predisposition to specific diseases. This slide demonstrates the demographic characteristics. The demographic characteristics of patients. We took into account the lifespan, consumption of meat, sleep from 6 to 8 hours, obesity, smoker, non-smoker. This is the data we received with the duration of treatment of arterial hypertension. It did not depend on the efficacy of treatment. At the same time, the predictors of arterial hypertension were determined among men and women, and as a result of the analysis, we found out different spread of predictors for the arterial hypertension. I'm not going to list all of them by bacteria here, but preliminary results are as follows for the predictors of the development of hypertension and insulin resistance. And with hypertension of intestinal microbiome, it's characterized by the less diverse and rich flora with the higher ratio of bacterium, of Firmicutes and Bacteroidetes type. The older is the patient, the less diverse is the number of bacteria. In addition, we had one group of medical personnel, and as you know, the medical personnel has very poor microbiome. As for the species analysis of the microbiome of patients with arterial hypertension and insulin resistance, we identified the correlation with the lactate-producing bacteria such as Streptococcus and butyrate and acetate-producing bacteria, Bacteroides. And if you remember, we were told about the short peptides. The results received emphasized the possible link of dysbiosis associated with arterial hypertension and balance of organic acids produced by intestinal bacteria, and particularly the feedback from arterial hypertension with the level of acetate and butyrate. What can improve the microbiome? These are the probiotics, prebiotics, symbiotics, diet, enzyme-processed food, as well as the transplant of the microbiome for those patients in which we found specific bacteria that lead to other diseases. I just wanted to say that earlier in literature we saw the descriptions of that this is a 100% illness, but now it is proven that the 30%, it allows to improve the condition of patients by 30%. Thank you very much for your attention. I wanted to say that we are what we eat, so please be mindful. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next speaker, we're here to a comprehensive approach and measures. I would like to introduce Flora Smailova, therapist of the highest category, specialist in healthy lifestyle. Welcome. Good afternoon, dear organizers of the Nobel Fest, dear guests and colleagues. I'm speaking here with a great pleasure about how we work in our clinic, which is called the National Hospital. As it was said earlier, the demographic issue of the global population includes aging, and this is a very important factor that defines the current environment in terms of the demographics in all countries. On one hand, aging population shows that medicine has its achievement despite the big problems caused by coronavirus in 2023. The Sustainable Development Goals Summit was held, and during that summit, with goal number 3 and goal number 10, we healthy lifestyle and welfare for everyone at any age. Goal number 10, reducing inequality within the countries and beyond. These goals concern the condition of elderly people. I wanted to tell you more about the following. While Kazakhstan is at its early stage of demographic aging, we already have some elderly population that amounts to 13% of the total population. And I just wanted to tell you about how our hospitals work with regards to the improvement of health of its patients, and I wanted to tell you about how we extend the life expectancy of our patients. Our hospitals date back to the beginning of the 20th century, when our capital was moved from Kizloorda to Astana. Back then, it was necessary to provide the proper medical services, and our clinic went through all milestones of development, and it is still of a great importance.
Its status of a national hospital we gained recently, on 23rd of August last year. We signed into a presidential hospital organization. Done accreditation twice. It was international accreditation. We have the certificate to meet ISO. And in 2019, Central Clinical Hospital was found as the hospital of the year. Our staff have received the best worker of the year for achievements in active longevity. In 2017 and 18, they became the winner of the project 100 New Faces of Kazakhstan. We are running a project on venous thromboemboly, and all the patients, that's true for all the patients who applied that come to our center. And we are able to do all types of surgery interventions. They all modern at the highest level. For the past 5 years, we have conducted 2,410 operations for the patients senior older than 65. At the 128 of them at the age of 90 years old and older. This is another indicator how serious we are to our patients. The main type of patients of gerontology age, they receive treatment at the Center for Cardiovascular Surgery. We have a Center of Neurosurgery since 2016 that is incomparable in Central Asia. We do all kind of neuroendovascular treatment at head and spinal brain. We have intervention cardiology that allows for patient to do a contrast induced nephropathy. most of them people of senior age. Starting from February, we have 2 new departments: Center of Arithmology, where we do low-invasive, no-blood operations, and Center of Surgery operations for Parkinson disease, one of the most difficult pathologies in patients of senior age, and that's where they install neurostimulators into the brain and spinal brain. How our heart team operates. We have our cardiological center operating since 2018. Here we have cardiologists, cardiosurgeon. They render aid from the first contact to its rehabilitation throughout all stages. It's an individual situation where the patient, without leaving one medical institution, receives all types of treatment. Now about outpatient aid and well, you see that more than over 62% of the attached patients are people of gerontological age. It's probably unprecedented for other hospitals. Of the total number of all employees, 13.6% are pensioners, and 6% of them are patients from 75 to 85 years old, and they really demanded. More than 180 persons are long livers, so they are over 90 years old. Among them, there are some that are receiving their So this is our outpatient care. And so here is the task for gerontology and multidisciplinary group. There's no need to list it because you can all find it in different legal acts. Here is what I would like to tell you more about this outpatient care, and they prove to be effective. Why is that? This type of service, it's home care, it's important for people of senior age. Virtually all doctors have encountered this situation when you want to put a person into a proper inpatient. Some would deny it. That's why this home care they practice for many years. They are offered for people of palliative care with severe diseases and senior age. And they deny going to inpatient facility that works 24/7. So they refuse going there, and this is all medical intervention. Medical intervention is needed when the health has been compromised, and we need to make sure that the person still preserves its economic activity, so that he wasn't dependent on the environment, on external support. We need to know what factors influence its health. I would skip it because these numbers are well known to everyone, and we try to make sure our service of the clients that are customers that are attached to it, they really interact with each other. So it's close continuity among all spheres of outpatient and inpatient aid. It's primary healthcare, it's ambulances, it's this inpatient facility, rehabilitation and center and sanatorium. So the entire circle makes it a patient-oriented model. It shows that this form of medical patient service is to be practiced and replicated. So, dear Valeria, I would like to say that indeed this does prove to be effective and has its undoubtful achievements, which I would like to share with you. At our clinic in 2013-2016, we've done a comparative analysis of cardiovascular system of the clients attached to our center and non-attached one. But they were coming from time to time to our clinic. And it turned out that coronary disorders come later at around 70 compared to those who are not attached to this serious disease occurs in them 10 years earlier, and our patient, they live 10 years longer. And we've received state awards in 2017, and these are our achievements. These are my final slides. I would like to show you the number of people of senior age and 10th anniversary. It was back in Almaty. And back then, number of clients 75 to 85 was around 29%, and this number remains stable since then. As for the patients aged 1999, it's from 4.5 to 3.7%, and it's certainly a great source of our pride that I would like to share with you. These the people who have crossed this threshold of 100 years. From 3 to 2 last year, there were 4, and when I was preparing, we already had 3. We still had 3 that have achieved this 100. But on 23rd of April, Maximova Tamara, she is at the bottom. On 23rd of April, 5 days ago, she turned 100 years. So now we have 4 patients that have achieved this important milestone of 100 years. Dabaev Izgilik, 101, Akjolova Hanumube, Sitev Zulharnai, they are 101 years old. You don't see any dementia traces on their faces. Yeah, our staff, they live as a family, the milestone of 100 years. He's pretty active, smiling, and they are looking with us with conscious mindset. So the investment in medicine, in the field of education and healthcare, they matter a lot to extend the lives of our patient and the society overall. Thank you very much indeed. We love our patients and we hope this is mutual. Thank you. That was a representative of the hospital of the Department of Presidential Affairs. Well, let's give a round of applause to our dear Flura Smailova, therapist of the highest category, specialist in healthy lifestyle. This was the final report, final presentation. So we wrap up day 2. We can call it a day. And we sincerely thank all participants of the forum, as well as all the speakers. We say thank you to everyone for their contribution in the discussion. Thanks to your enthusiasm and knowledge, we'll be able to take a deeper dive into the important topic of modern medicine and science. We sincerely believe that this exchange of knowledge and experience will inspire to new initiatives. Let this event be an impetus for further achievements in your professional work. That's it. We say goodbye until next time. We wrap up this forum on this note, and I would like to thank everyone. Until next time, we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.